The Atom, the official student newspaper of Albert Einstein High School, take pride in the E's Lions Week of May 5, Volume 45. Issue 17 Science Fair Champions, crowned by Rafael Menendez, Albert Einstein High School's annual science fair, showcased 21 innovative student projects, with several advancing to the New York City regional competition next month. Senior Judith Jerschner took top honors for her groundbreaking work in human genome sequencing. Special recognition went to senior Michael Moskowitz for his astrophysics simulation of a collapsing dwarf star, while freshman Kenneth Showalter impressed judges with his study on hormonal effects in amphibians. Lacrosse teams dominate the field by Lin Hong the varsity, and JV lacrosse squads delivered thrilling victories last weekend. Senior Josh Richter sealed the varsity win with an overtime goal against Dwight School, ending 7-6. Meanwhile, the JV team dominated with an 8-0 shutout. The matches took an unexpected turn when a fearless Central Park squirrel invaded the field, dodging players until Principal Gupta finally shooed it away. Princess Mia's Spring Break Mission by Melanie Greenbaum freshman Mia Thermopolis, better known as Genovia's heir apparent, traded royal comforts for a hammer and nails during spring break. She joined Housing for the Hopeful in the Smoky Mountains, helping construct homes for families in need. Reflecting on the experience, Mia admitted, "It was rewarding, except for the lack of plumbing and my unfortunate habit of hammering my own thumb." Senior Week highlights by Josh Richter. Senior Class President, mark your calendars for Senior Week, May 5-10, celebrating Ease's graduating class with a packed schedule. Moan, Awards Banquet 2s. Sports Banquet, Wed Debate Showcase Thurs. Skit Night Fry, unofficial Skip Day Sat. Prom a note from Principal Gupta, Senior Skip Day remains unauthorized. Attendance is mandatory on May 9. Additionally, underclassmen may only attend prom with an upperclassman's invitation, no exceptions. School Song Reminder Administration has noticed some students fumbling the lyrics. Here's a refresher. Einstein Lions, we're for you, roar with pride in blue and gold. No one tames our fearless crew. Victories our story told. This year's graduation ceremony comes with a strict warning. Any student caught altering the lyrics of the E's school song, especially with inappropriate or suggestive language, will be escorted out immediately. If you have complaints about the song being too rigid or militaristic, submit them formally to the school office. Scribbling grievances on bathroom stalls or ranting on student-run broadcasts won't cut it. Letters to the editor. To the Atom staff, Melanie Greenbaum's recent piece on the progress of women's rights was disappointingly shallow. Sexism isn't some relic of the past. It's thriving, even here in the U.S. Take Utah, where fundamentalist groups still practice polygamy, sometimes involving shockingly young brides. While mainstream Mormon leaders condemn it, estimates suggest tens of thousands remain trapped in these arrangements. Sure, laws now punish offenders with up to 15 years, but that doesn't erase the problem. Ms. Greenbaum, maybe next time skip the fluff and tackle the hard truths affecting women worldwide. And the Atom, how about letting someone else cover real issues instead of just cafeteria gossip? Lily Moskowitz personal ads, 50 cents per line. Happy birthday, Reggie. Finally 16, party hard. The Helens CF be my prom date. I'm begging here. GDMT, early birthday wishes. Your biggest fans. MW to MK, my love's like a weed, unstoppable and everywhere. Campus Bulletin, Hose Deli Update, fresh stock of school supplies, pens, notebooks, even Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, plus Strawberry Slim Fast for that last-minute diet panic. For sale, Baby Blue Fender Bass, untouched with amp and tutorial videos. $300. Locker 345. Seeking. Freshman girl who loves romance novels wants a tall, kind, book-loving upperclassman. No smokers or metalheads. Ill of romance at ease, edu lost and found, wire-rim glasses in the G&T room, claim with Mrs. Hill. Also, a spiral notebook vanished from the cafeteria on 4/27. Return it unread or face consequences. Reward offered. Locker 510. Ease Food Court highlights by Mia Thermopolis. Monday, loaded potatoes, French bread pizza, or a meatball sub. Tuesday, soup and sandwich combo or nachos with extra cheese. Wednesday, build your own taco salad or an Italian beef sandwich. Thursday, stay tuned, surprises ahead. P.S. Found a stray corn dog behind the bleachers. Not recommended. The cafeteria specials this week included Asian-style dishes, chicken parmesan, corn and fries, a pasta station, and fish sticks. Friday's lineup featured a bean bar, grilled cheese sandwiches, curly fries, buffalo wings, and soft pretzels. "Hey Mia, did you check out the new issue of The Atom yet?" Shamika asked. "Yeah, just got it," Mia sighed. "I wish Lily would stop dragging me into her editorials. Being the only freshman on the newspaper staff means I've got to start somewhere." Leslie Cho, the editor-in-chief, began by covering the lunch menu, and honestly, I don't mind it. But Lily acts like writing about buffalo wings is beneath me, like it'll ruin my future as a writer. That's ridiculous. I've actually improved the column. For example, I was the one who decided to capitalize the I in individual pizza. She thinks she's helping, but honestly, Melanie Greenbaum from the basketball team could crush me if she wanted to. Poking the bear isn't exactly looking out for me. Shamika leaned in. "Okay, but more importantly, has he asked you yet?" Mia blinked. "Who asked me what?" "Michael, has he asked you to prom yet?" Shamika practically shouted. "Oh, no. The prom is in 2 weeks. Jeff asked me a month ago." Shamika threw her hands up. "You need time to get a dress, book hair and nails, order a boutonniere, arrange a limo. This isn't some casual pizza night at the bowling alley. It's Maxim's. You can't just wing it." Mia crossed her arms. "He'll ask. He's just busy with his band and college prep. It's fine." "Fine, Mia, if he waits until the last second and you say yes, it'll look like you were just sitting around hoping he'd ask." "Shamika, we're together." "It's not like I'd go with someone else, not that anyone else would ask me. I'm not exactly drowning in senior admirers like you," Shamika groaned. "Just make sure he asks soon. I don't want to be the only freshman girl there. Who's gonna fix my dress if you're not in the bathroom with me?" Mia rolled her eyes. "Relax, I'll be there." Suddenly, the conversation shifted. "Wait, what was that about ice worms?" The Ice Worm by Mia Thermopolis. We all know about polar bears, penguins, and Arctic foxes, animals threatened by melting glaciers. But glaciers aren't just home to creatures on the surface or in the water. Scientists recently discovered something unexpected: centipede-like worms that live inside the ice itself. These bizarre creatures have been found in glaciers, and even methane ice mounds deep in the Gulf of Mexico. These tiny creatures, known as ice worms, measure about 1 to 3 inches in length and survive by feeding on bacteria that thrive near methane deposits, sometimes even forming a symbiotic relationship with them. Only 97 words left. How am I supposed to focus on ice worms when my boyfriend hasn't even mentioned prom yet? Seriously, Wednesday, April 30th, health and safety class was a disaster. "Lily, why do you look like you just ate a lemon?" she asked. The substitute teacher caught Shamika and me passing notes and punished us with a 250-word essay on ice worms. "Big deal," Lily said. "Consider it a creative challenge. You're the star journalist, shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes. "Lily, has Michael said anything about prom?" I blurted. "Prom," she blinked. "You mean the one at the grand ballroom next Saturday?" "Yeah, has he mentioned, if he's planning to ask anyone? Anyone like his goldfish. You know what I mean. Michael doesn't talk to me about stuff like that," Lily sighed. Mostly, he just nags me about chores, dishes, setting the table, or hauling mom and dad's therapy group tissues to the trash chute. Oh, my shoulders slumped. Relax, Mia. If no, when he asks someone, it'll be you. What do you mean if? I panicked. Okay, fine. When? Geez, what's your deal? My deal? He's graduating. If we don't go this year, I'll have to wait 3 more years, and by then he might be in grad school with a full-on lumberjack beard. You can't slow dance with a beard. Wow, are you PMsing or just losing it? No, I just want one normal high school moment before he turns into a mountain man. Whoa, deep breaths. Maybe ask yourself why you're obsessing over some outdated ritual. Is this about that time your mom refused to buy you the prom queen Barbie dress and you had to craft one from Kleenex? Ugh, the prom is a cultural milestone. Think of all the iconic movies. Pretty in Pink, she's all that. It's practically a rite of passage. No matter which dress she picks, does she honestly believe he'll be impressed by that frumpy pink monstrosity she's sewing? 10 things I hate about you, Julia Stiles and Heath Ledger. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. Their prom night seals the deal. Then there's Valley Girl, where Nicolas Cage makes his big screen debut as a rebellious punk who shakes up a mall-obsessed girl's world. Limo ride home, preppy jock or wild-haired outsider. The prom decides everything. And who could ignore Footloose? Kevin Bacon's Ren defies a no-dancing town by throwing an epic off-the-grid party, complete with Kenny Loggins blasting in the background. Pure rebellion. She's all that. Rachel Lee Cook's prom transformation backfires. Turns out she is a total nerd, but Freddie Prinze Jr. adores her anyway. Classic. Never Been Kissed gives us Drew Barrymore infiltrating a masquerade prom. Her friends go full science nerd with a DNA costume, but she wins hearts dressed as a fairytale princess. Fine, Rosalind. But let's be real, it's sparkly. And Back to the Future. If Michael J. Fox doesn't fix his parents' love story by prom night, poof, no more Marty McFly. Talk about high stakes. Then there's Carrie, because nothing says rite of passage like a blood-soaked revenge fantasy. But hey, maybe skip that one for inspiration. Seriously, you're just bitter because Boris can't ask you freshman problems, I snapped. And eat something with protein before your brain fully shuts down. This isn't about my diet, she shot back. You're acting like I'm hysterical when I'm just stressed. Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm nowhere near figuring my life out. Lily, breathe, I said. Or at least elevate your feet. You sound delirious. Ugh, I hate you, she yelled, storming off. Prom drama, try real drama. My life is a complete disaster right now. My dad won't stop bugging me about spending the whole summer with him in Genovia, and my home situation is a nightmare. My mom won't stop talking about her pregnancy bladder issues and insists on having the baby at home in our loft with just a midwife. Meanwhile, my boyfriend is graduating and heading off to college, where he'll be surrounded by brainy girls in black turtlenecks debating philosophy, and my best friend doesn't even get why prom is such a big deal to me. Oh, and my grandmother. She's been Mia in Palm Springs getting some fancy facial treatment and won't be back until tonight. Lily keeps telling me to just ask Michael if he's planning on taking me to prom, but I can't. If I do, it'll sound like I'm begging him to ask me, and that's just pathetic. And no, not every college girl is stacked. Why does everyone act like I'm obsessed with my own chest size? Ugh, thank goodness the bell just rang. Wednesday, April 30, gifted and talented seriously, is no one else freaking out about prom. Michael's wrapped up in graduation and his band. Lily's too busy revolutionizing public access TV. Tina's still moping over her ex, and the others have cheerleading and art club. But hello. Prom is next week, and Michael still hasn't asked me. Shamika's right. If we're going, we need to figure things out now. But how am I supposed to casually bring it up without sounding desperate? It's supposed to be romantic, not some awkward negotiation. And don't even get me started on my parents' lack of romance. When I asked my mom how Mr. G proposed, she said it went like this. Mom, Frank, I'm pregnant. Mr. G, oh, okay, what do you want to do? Mom, marry you. Mr. G, okay, are you kidding me? Where's the grand gesture, the sweeping declaration of love? It should have been dramatic, like some Shakespearean moment, not a casual chat over breakfast. I swear, if my love life ends up that boring, I'm moving to a deserted island my love. Kiss, that's how it should have happened. The difference is night and day. It's just better when the guy asks the girl, not the other way around. So there's no way I can just march up to Michael and say, hey, are we doing prom or what? I need to pick out a dress. And have him reply with a casual, sure. No, that would be a disaster. He has to be the one to ask me. It has to be perfect like this. Michael Moskovitz. Mia, these past few months with you have been incredible. You're like sunshine breaking through the clouds, the only thing that makes my world make sense. I can't imagine my life without you. So will you do me the honor of going to prom with me? Every slow dance is ours, except the fast ones, because let's be real, those are terrible. Mia Thermopolis. Michael, I had no idea you felt this way. Of course I'll go with you, and yes, we're absolutely skipping the fast songs. Kiss, that's how it should happen. If the universe has any fairness, that's how it will happen. But when? Because right now, he's completely oblivious. He's over there debating guitar chords with Boris Pelkowski for their band's new song, Brick Throwing Revolution, which is supposedly a deep political statement. Newsflash, Michael. If you're obsessing over chord progressions and global conflicts, you're not thinking about prom. This is what I get for dating a genius. Not that he isn't amazing. Trust me, I know how lucky I am. Tina would kill to have a boyfriend half as great. Michael sits with me at lunch every day, except Tuesdays and Thursdays, thanks to Computer Club, and even then, he'll glance over from his table and give me that little half smile. Okay, fine, maybe it's not longing, but it's something. And sure, he's not big on PDA, probably because my personal bodyguard, a 6'5" ex-military Swedish giant, tends to kill the mood. So we don't do the whole hallway hand-holding or locker cuddling like Josh and Lana. But when we're alone, when it's just us, okay, fine. We haven't exactly made it to second base yet. There was that one awkward moment during spring break while we were working on the house project. My hammer was dangling from the front of my overalls, and when Michael asked to borrow it, I couldn't pass it to him because I was busy steadying a sheet of drywall. His hand might have, accidentally, grazed my chest while reaching for it. Not that I'm complaining. We're happy, more than happy. We're ridiculously happy. So why hasn't he asked me to prom yet? Seriously, what's the holdup? Of course, Lily had to peek over my shoulder and see me writing that in all caps. She rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, please tell me you're not still fixated on that." Then Michael had to chime in with, "Fixated on what?" Thanks, universe. I braced myself for Lily to blurt out the truth, something like, "Mia's freaking out because you haven't asked her to prom." But no. Instead, she deadpanned, "Mia's writing an essay about methane ice worms." Michael just nodded and went back to tuning his guitar. Boris, of course, launched into a whole spiel about how methane ice worms could revolutionize natural gas extraction if they're found in shallow sea deposits. Fascinating, sure, but why does he even know this stuff? No wonder Lily looks like she's constantly questioning her life choices. At least Tina gets it. She's been daydreaming about prom since forever, like something out of Pretty in Pink. Too bad her last crush ditched her for a girl with turquoise braces. She's convinced Michael will ask me tomorrow, on my birthday. That would be the best gift ever, well, second only to Fat Louie. But please, not in front of my whole family. We're all going out to dinner, Grandmere, my parents, Mr. Giannini, Lars, and Michael. The pressure is real this Saturday night. My mom's throwing a huge party for me and my friends at our loft. assuming she can still walk by then, given her a little issue. I haven't brought up Mom's bladder struggles to Michael. Sure, honesty is key in relationships, but some things, yeah, he can live without knowing. Like the fact that my very pregnant mother occasionally races to the bathroom. Only Michael got invites to both my birthday dinner and the party. Everyone else, including Lily, is just coming to the bash. Because seriously, how awkward would it be to cram my mom, stepdad, bio dad, grandma, bodyguard, boyfriend, and his sister around one table? At least I trimmed the guest list a little. Michael agreed to both events without hesitation, which just proves again that he's the greatest boyfriend ever. Now if I could just get him to commit to prom. Tina insists I should just ask him outright, no games. She's all about bluntness now, thanks to Dave ditching her for that girl with the neon blue braces. But prom, that's different. It's the prom. I can't risk messing it up, especially when I've only got 2 months left with Michael before my dad ships me off to Genovia for the summer. You signed a contract, Mia, he keeps reminding me. Yeah, I did, 7 months ago. Back then, I had no idea I'd be head over heels for someone else. Okay, fine, I was already obsessed, but it was one-sided, or so I thought. Now my dad expects me to ditch the love of my life for 2 whole months. Nope. Christmas in Genovia was bearable, 32 days. But July and August, absolutely not. He acts like he's being generous by letting me stay in New York until the baby's born. Wow, thanks. But if he thinks I'm spending my first real summer with a boyfriend without said boyfriend, he's in for a shock. What's even in Genovia during summer? A whole lot of nothing. The city is crawling with tourists. Not that New York is any better, but at least they're less obnoxious than the ones flocking to Genovia. And to make it worse, Parliament isn't even meeting. What am I supposed to do all day? At least back home, there's the whole baby situation to distract me, assuming my mom finally gets around to having it. Honestly, I wish she'd hurry up. Living with her lately is like sharing an apartment with a grizzly bear. She stomps around, growling at everyone, thanks to the bloating and the pressure on her. Well, you get the idea. So much for pregnancy being this magical, glowing experience. Clearly, my mom missed that memo. Meanwhile, this is Michael's last summer before college. Sure, he's only going a few subway stops away, but it's not the same. No more random visits to my algebra class with strawberry gummy worms, much to Lana Weinberger's annoyance. Her boyfriend, Josh, would never think to do something like that. We should be making the most of this summer, romantic picnics in Central Park. Except I can't stand them because some poor soul always eyes my sandwich, and then I feel too guilty not to share, even if they complain about the egg salad. Or catching Tosca on the Great Lawn, though I can't stand opera. Why does everyone have to die so dramatically? Then there's the idea of wandering through one of those street festivals in Little Italy, Michael winning me a stuffed animal at the shooting booth, except he'd never, because we both hate guns unless you're a cop or in the military. Plus, those prizes are probably made in some sweatshop overseas. Still, it could have been perfect if my dad hadn't completely derailed everything. Lily insists he's acting this way because of abandonment issues, something about his dad dying when he was young. Except Grandpa passed when my dad was in his 20s, so I don't see how that tracks. But Lily says the mind works in weird ways, and I should just roll with it. Whatever. The whole thing is ridiculous. Lily might actually be the one with problems here. Considering it's been 4 months since her public access show, Lily tells it like it has got picked up by the producers who adapted my life story into a movie. And yet, they still can't lock down a studio to film a pilot. She insists Hollywood operates in bizarre, unpredictable ways, kind of like human emotions, apparently, and claims she's made peace with it, just like I should with this whole Genovia situation. But I refuse to accept that my dad expects me to spend 2 whole months apart from the love of my life. Not happening. Tina suggested I land a summer internship in Manhattan to dodge the Genovia trip. Something about professional commitments, making it impossible for my dad to drag me away. Only problem, what company would hire a princess as an intern? And what would Lars even do while I'm stuck filing paperwork or running copies? Before class, Mademoiselle Klein was showing a group of sophomores a Slinky Victoria's secret dress she's buying for prom, where she'll be chaperoning alongside Mr. Wheaton, the track coach and my health teacher. Tina thinks it's the most romantic thing ever, second only to my mom and Mr. Giannini. I haven't had the heart to tell her the truth, that my mom was the one who proposed, or that Prince William will never reply to her emails, because, well, I may have given her a fake address. In my defense, she wouldn't stop pestering me for it. Whoever's stuck at Princeau at Windsor Castle. Com probably got a kick out of her 5-page ode to his polo outfit, though. I'll make it up to her someday, maybe at the next royal funeral. Elizabeth Taylor's not looking great, so any day now. Mademoiselle Klein's love life clearly hasn't softened her grading policy. Spring's supposed to be about blooming flowers and carefree afternoons, not drowning in homework. This school's staff and half the student body has zero sense of romance. Thank goodness for Tina. Without her, I'd be completely adrift. Also, Thursday's aerobics class was brutal. Il me faut des lunettes de soleil. Didier asked to borrow a skirt. Whatever that means, homework algebra. Pages 279-300 English. The Iceman cometh biology. Finish the Iceworm essay health and safety. Pages 154-160 gifted and talented. Yeah, right. French, write a personal story world civ. Pages 310-330 Wednesday, April 30. Limo ride home from the Plaza Grandmere totally senses something's off with me, but she assumes it's just because I'm dreading the whole summer in Genovia situation. Like that's my biggest problem right now. Please. Amelia, you'll adore Genovia this summer, she announced, adjusting her diamond-studded sunglasses. They've uncovered what might be Princess Rosagun's tomb, your ancestor, you know. The preservation techniques from the 8th century were shockingly advanced, almost on par with the Egyptians. You might even see her face. Fantastic. Instead of lazy beach days with Michael or tutoring kids at the library, I get to stare at a mummy's shriveled remains. Dream. Summer. Forget working at the video store, rewinding Princess Mononoke between customers. Nope, my glamorous royal duty. Bonding with a centuries-old corpse. Thrilling. I must have been spacing out harder than I realized, because Grandmere's lecture on tipping etiquette manicurists. $3 pedicurists, $5 cabbies, $2 for short rides, $5 for airports, got it screeched to a halt when she suddenly barked, "Amelia, are you even listening?" I nearly hit the limo's ceiling. My brain had been busy imagining Michael in a tux, a single red rose pinned to his lapel, no baby's breath, obviously. Meanwhile, I'd be in a sleek black dress, off the shoulder like something out of a red carpet, with killer lace-up heels. Grandmere would hate it. She thinks black is depressing for teens, off the shoulder looks accidental, and lace-ups belong in gladiator movies. But who cares? I'd sneak on body glitter. She wouldn't even know what hit her. "Amelia," Grandmere snapped, wincing as Rommel, her perpetually startled poodle, launched himself at her freshly peeled face like it was a steak. Gross but accurate. It was like Grandmere had wandered into the path of a decontamination shower, the kind they used in those old nuclear disaster movies. "Are you even paying attention?" she snapped, clearly irritated, though that might have just been the sting from her latest chemical peel. This could actually be useful someday, especially if you ever find yourself without a calculator or a chauffeur. "Sorry, Grandmere," I muttered, genuinely meaning it. Tipping is my personal nightmare, math plus quick thinking. "No thanks. Whenever I order from Golden Walk Express, I make them tell me the total before hanging up so I can frantically calculate the tip before the delivery guy shows up. Otherwise, he's stuck awkwardly waiting while I fumble with a $19.75 order. Mortifying. Honestly, Amelia, your mind is elsewhere, Granmere huffed. And yeah, she had every right to be cranky. Who wouldn't be after voluntarily melting off their face? I swear, if you're still stressing over your mother's absurd home birth plan, I told you, she's blocked out the agony of labor. The second those contractions hit, she'll be screaming for an epidural and a hospital bed. I exhaled loudly. Sure, the idea of Mom opting for a home birth instead of a sterile, well-equipped hospital, complete with vending machines and dreamy doctors straight out of a medical drama, was unsettling. But I'd been trying not to dwell on it. Mostly because Granmere was probably right. Mom whimpers if she stubs her toe. How's she going to handle hours of labor at 36 with 0 Pilates sessions under her belt? Granmere narrowed her eyes. Though I suppose spring fever isn't helping, she mused. Teens get restless this time of year, and let's not forget your birthday tomorrow. I let her assume that was it. Birthday jitters and teenage daydreaming, like something out of a Disney forest scene. You're impossible to shop for, Amelia, Granmere sighed, reaching for her sidecar and her contraband cigarettes. She had them smuggled in from Genovia to avoid New York's insane tobacco taxes. Not that it stopped anyone here. Half of Manhattan just took a quick train to Jersey for their fix. You're not exactly the diamond necklace type, she added, taking a long drag. You clearly have 0 appreciation for high fashion, Granmere said with a dismissive flick of her wrist. And let's be honest, you don't exactly have any real hobbies either. I immediately protested. Writing isn't just a hobby for me, it's practically my life's purpose. But Granmere just rolled her eyes. That doesn't count, she scoffed. You don't play tennis or sculpt. Those are real hobbies. Ouch, her dismissal stung. One day, when I'm a best-selling author, she'll regret underestimating me. Maybe my debut novel will be about her, something brutally honest like Clarice, the uncensored diary of a drama queen by Princess Mia of Genovia. And she won't be able to sue because every word will be true. Take that, Granmere. What do you want for your birthday, Amelia? She finally asked, steering the conversation away from my so-called lack of hobbies. I hesitated. The one thing I truly wanted, well, she couldn't give me that. But why not shoot for the stars? I scribbled down my ultimate wish list. Mia Thermopolis's 15th birthday demands 1. World peace, or at least fewer wars. 2, a fresh pair of overalls, size 11, please 3. A new cat brush for Fat Louie. He gnawed the last one into oblivion. 4. Bungee cords for the palace ballroom, so I can practice aerial stunts like an action hero. 5. A healthy baby sibling, delivery date negotiable. 6. Federal protection for Puget Sound's orcas. They deserve better than polluted waters. 7. Lana Weinberger's ego deflated. Okay, fine, maybe just a tiny public humiliation. 8. My own phone, with parental controls disabled, obviously. 9. Granmere to quit her chain-smoking habit. 10. Michael Moskovitz to ask me to prom. A girl can dream, right? Realistically, the only thing I'd actually get was the overalls. The baby was coming, but not in time for my birthday. Granmere would never ditch her cigarettes and bungee cords in the ballroom. Not happening. World peace and orca conservation were way above her pay grade. And of course, she latched onto the one thing I never should have mentioned, prom. What is this prom? She asked, wrinkling her nose like I'd just suggested eating fast food at a royal banquet. Unbelievable. Granmere never bothers with television. Not even the classic reruns most people her age love, like Murder, She Wrote, or The Golden Girls. So the odds of her stumbling across Pretty in Pink on some random cable channel were basically 0. It's just a dance, Granmere, I said, trying to snatch my list back. Forget it. And the Moscovitz boy still hasn't invited you, she pressed. When is this event? A week from Saturday, I sighed. Can I have my list now? Why not go alone? Granmere shot back with a sharp laugh, then winced, probably because her Botox doesn't appreciate sudden facial movements. Like last time. That teach him. I can't, I groaned. It's seniors only. Underclassmen need an invite. Lily keeps telling me to just ask Michael if he's going, but absolutely not. Granmere's eyes practically popped out of her head, which, given her permanent eyeliner, very 80s rock star chic, was extra dramatic. You never ask him, she hissed. Honestly, Amelia, men are like skittish deer. You coax them with gentle hints, not blunt force trauma. No rocks to the head, please. I wasn't planning on assaulting Michael, obviously, but the whole breadcrumb strategy, questionable. Okay, I said, but prom-s in 2 weeks. What's the move here? Drop hints, Grandmere declared. Delicately, I chewed on that. So, like, oh, I saw this amazing prom dress in a magazine. Precisely, she said, though a princess never shops off the rack or, heaven forbid, from a catalog. Right, I muttered. But won't he see right through that? Grandmere scoffed, then pressed her martini glass to her cheek like an ice pack. Amelia, he's 17, not a CIA operative. If you're smooth, he won't suspect a thing. Smooth is exactly my forte. Last week, I tried to subtly suggest to my mom that maybe our neighbor Ronnie didn't need a play-by-play of her pregnancy bladder struggles. Mom just stared me down and said, "Are you trying to get disowned?" Mr. G and I are counting the days until this baby arrives. Pretty sure Ronnie is too. Thursday, May 1, 12:01 a.m. Well, here we go, I'm officially 15. Not quite a kid anymore, but definitely not an adult either. Thanks for the life update, Brittany. Hilarious, honestly. I don't feel any older than I did 5 minutes ago when I was still 14. Same height, same bra size, same everything. The only noticeable change is my hair, thanks to Grandmere's insistence on highlights and Paolo's regular trims. It's finally past that awkward triangle phase, grazing my chin now. But other than that, nothing. Zero. Nope. If turning 15 is supposed to be some big transformation, it's happening strictly on the inside. I checked my inbox and surprise, 5 birthday emails already. Lily, Tina, my cousin Hank, shocking he remembered, considering he's too busy being a billboard model now, awkward when he's in his underwear staring down at me from a bus stop. Prince Renee and Michael. Michael's was the best, obviously. He sent a cartoon he drew himself, a girl in a tiara with a giant orange cat tearing into a present. When the box bursts open, fireworks explode with "Happy Birthday, Mia," and in tiny letters, "Love, Michael." Love, love. Even after 4 months together, that word still sends me into orbit. He loves me. So why hasn't he mentioned prom yet? Now that I'm 15, it's time to embrace maturity, or at least fake it. Carl Jung says self-actualization requires compassion, gratitude, and all that warm, fuzzy stuff. Fine. New life goals. Stop chewing my nails seriously this time. Keep my grades up. Be civil to Lana Weinberger. Journal daily. Write and finish a novel before I'm 20. Cut Mom some slack during her 3rd trimester mood swings. Stop stealing Mr. G's razor for my legs. Just buy my own. Sympathize with Dad's abandonment issues while somehow dodging a summer in Genovia. And most importantly, get Michael to ask me to prom without resorting to begging or blackmail. If I can pull all that off, I'll be practically enlightened. And honestly, none of it seems that impossible. Sure, Margaret Mitchell spent a decade writing Gone with the Wind, but I've got time on my side. Even if my novel takes 10 years, I'll only be 25 when it's done. That's just 5 years behind my imaginary timeline. The real issue, I have zero clue what to write about. Maybe I should warm up with short stories or haikus first. But prom, that's the real challenge. I don't want Michael to feel forced into anything, but I need to go with him. It's my last shot. Tina swears he'll ask me at dinner tonight. Please, please let her be right. Thursday, May 1, my birthday. Algebra class, Josh finally asked Lana to prom last night after the varsity lacrosse game. The Lions won, and apparently Josh scored the winning goal. Shamika, who stuck around after cheering at the JV game, said he celebrated by ripping off his shirt and waving it around like Brandy Chastain, minus the sports bra, obviously. She also mentioned his lack of chest hair, which honestly was more information than I needed. Lana, in her tiny cheerleading uniform, sprinted onto the field when Josh pulled his little stunt. She jumped into his sweaty arms, gross, and they made out until Principal Gupta smacked him with a clipboard. Then, in true dramatic fashion, Josh dropped the big question. "Go to prom with me, babe." Of course, she said yes and immediately started squealing to her squad. I'm trying to be a better person now that I'm 15, but watching Lana gloat is testing my patience. Before class, she was on her phone bragging to everyone. Her mom's taking her to Nicole Miller for some off-the-shoulder black dress with a slit, plus lace-up heels from Saks. I'm sure she'll douse herself in body glitter too. I know I should be grateful for what I have, but right now, it's taking everything in me not to roll my eyes into the back of my skull. I've got this amazing boyfriend, Michael, who surprised me this morning when the royal car stopped to pick him and Lily up for school. He handed me a box of cinnamon mini muffins from the Manhattan Muffin Company, my absolute favorite, which he'd gone all the way to Tribeca at the crack of dawn to get, just for my birthday. Then there's Lily, my best friend, who gave Fat Louie a bright pink rhinestone collar that reads I belong to Princess Mia, something she crafted herself while binge-watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. My mom, despite her recent habit of oversharing about her health, still made sure to wake up early to wish me a happy birthday. My stepdad promised not to embarrass me in class by mentioning it, and my dad will probably give me something great at dinner tonight. Even my grandmother, who usually picks the most questionable gifts, at least tries to get me something I'll like. I know I sound spoiled complaining, because honestly, I've got it good. Some kids would be thrilled just to get socks for their birthday. But come on, is it really too much to ask for one perfect night at prom? Lana Weinberger gets to go, and she's never even heard of self-actualization. She spent her entire life being awful to people, yet she gets a magical prom night. The world is so unfair. Later, Michael skipped lunch with the computer club to sit with me, a rare Thursday treat. Not only had he braved the morning muffin run, but he also ditched fourth period to grab my favorite spicy sesame noodles from Wu Liang Yi. They're so hot you need 2 Cokes just to recover. It was incredibly sweet, and honestly, a relief. I've been stressing about his gift, worried he'd feel pressured after I gave him moon rocks. I mean, sure, being a princess has its perks, but I don't expect everyone to match that level. Honestly, I'd be thrilled if Michael just asked, "Mia, will you go to prom with me?" In the simplest way possible. Though let's be real, a Tiffany's bracelet with a charm engraved property of Michael Moscovitz would be next level amazing. I could flash it at some royal ball when a prince asks me to dance and say, hello, can't you read? I'm taken. Tina thinks it'd be cool if Michael actually did that, but she doubts he would. She says giving a girl, even his girlfriend, a bracelet like that might come off as way too possessive, and that's not really his style. I tried arguing by showing her the collar Lily got for Fat Louie, but Tina insists it's not the same. Is it weird that I kind of want to be claimed like that? Not that I'd ever give up my own name or identity. If anything, my future husband would probably have to take mine. But a little bit of your mine energy. Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. Then, out of nowhere, Michael stood up and checked the hallway to make sure Mrs. Hill was still in the teacher's lounge. Boris suddenly appeared from the supply closet, way before the bell. What was happening? Turns out, I didn't need to stress about my birthday gift after all. Skinner Box, Michael's band, showed up right in the G&T room. Boris was already there, violin practice, obviously. But Felix, Paul, and Trevor ditched class to set up and perform a song Michael wrote just for me. It went like this. Combat boots and veggie burgers, one look from you and my heart. Flutters there, she goes, princess of my heart, hates injustice. Hates the spotlight, but she still shines so dang bright there, she goes, princess of my heart, chorus. Princess of my heart, don't even know where to start, say you'll be mine forever this time. Princess of my heart, loved you right from the start, say you love me too, and I'll spend my life with you. Promise you won't destroy me with those smiles that could deploy me, there she goes, princess of my heart. This time, no question, it was definitely about me. Unlike that tall drink of water song he played once. This was way better. The entire school got an earful of Michael's song about me because Skinner Box cranked their amps up way too high. Even Mrs. Hill and the other teachers stepped out of the lounge, waiting patiently for the band to finish before slapping them all with detention. Sure, Mr. Wheaton sent Mademoiselle Klein roses in the middle of class on her birthday, but he didn't write her a song and blast it for everyone. And yeah, Lana's going to prom, but her boyfriend and his crew never got in trouble over her. So honestly, aside from the whole summer in Genovia situation, and fine, the prom thing being 15 isn't so bad. Homework algebra, you'd think my stepdad would cut me some slack on my birthday. Nope. English, the Iceman cometh, biology, ice worms, seriously. Health and safety, ask Lily G&T, yeah right, French, Tina's got it. World Civ, no clue. Thursday, May 1, still my birthday, less oats, manger, ladies' room, best. Birthday, ever, no joke. Even my parents are making an effort to get along, which is kind of adorable. Mom's maternity tights are clearly driving her insane, but she's not saying a word, and Dad hasn't even blinked at her anarchy-themed earrings. Mr. Giannini totally derailed Grandmere's usual rant about his goatee. She hates facial hair, by telling her she looks younger every time he sees her. Cue Grandmere beaming through the appetizers, her lips finally moving again after that chemical peel disaster. I braced myself for Mom's usual rant about the beauty industry's obsession with youth, but she held back for me. And when Michael showed up late, detention, thanks to Skinner Box, Grandmere didn't even snipe at him. He looked like he'd sprinted the whole way after changing, and honestly, even she couldn't deny he was the best-looking guy in the place. Michael's messy dark hair kept falling into his eyes, and he looked ridiculously handsome in his blazer and tie. Even though it was just the standard dress code at Les Oats Manger, I'd given him a heads up. His arrival seemed to kick off the gift-giving frenzy, and let me tell you, I scored big. Turning 15, best thing ever. Dad handed me this sleek, expensive pen, saying it was to fuel my writing ambitions. I'm using it right now, so I guess it worked. Honestly, I would have traded it in a heartbeat for a summer pass to Six Flags and permission to stay in the country. But the pen is pretty sweet, deep purple with gold trim and my name, HRH Princess Amelia Ronaldo, engraved on it. Then came the real surprise. Mom and Mr. G gave me a cell phone. My own phone. Of course, they ruined the moment with a lecture about how it was only so they could reach me when Mom goes into labor. No way am I watching that happen. I have limits. They also laid down the rules: no calls during school, no international dialing, but I barely listened. I got a phone, the biggest shock. Grandmere, instead of her usual over-the-top, impractical gifts like a mink stole or something equally awful, she handed me a letter. I'm now the official sponsor of a little girl named Johanna from Africa. Grandmere actually said, I can't solve world hunger, but I can make sure one child doesn't go to bed starving. I almost choked. This is the same woman who scowls at homeless teens outside Lincoln Center, muttering about their poor life choices. But Johanna, no parents, no safety net, I guess that hit differently. For once, Grandmere did something kind of thoughtful. I'm still processing it. And judging by the stunned looks on my parents' faces, so are they. My dad took one look at what Grandmere had given me and immediately ordered a Kettle One Gibson, straight up. Meanwhile, my mom just sat there completely silent, which, honestly, might have been the first time she hadn't said a word since finding out she was pregnant. I'm not exaggerating. Then Lars handed me his gift, even though technically, bodyguards aren't supposed to give presents in Genovian royal protocol. I mean, look at Princess Stephanie of Monaco. Her bodyguard gave her a birthday gift, and next thing you know, they were married. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but let's be real. What do they even talk about? She's into eyebrow grooming, and he's all about tactical combat. Disaster waiting to happen. Anyway, Lars clearly put effort into his gift, an actual NYPD bomb squad baseball cap, which he got from a real officer once while sweeping Grandmere's suite at the plaza before the Pope's visit. That meant a lot, because I knew how much he loved that hat. Giving it up proved his loyalty, though thankfully not the romantic kind, since Lars is totally smitten with Mademoiselle Klein. Honestly, who is? But the best gift, Michael's, he didn't hand it over with everyone else. Instead, he waited until I headed to the restroom and caught me at the top of the stairs. "Mia," he said, "this is for you. Happy birthday." He passed me a small, flat box wrapped in gold foil. I was stunned, almost as shocked as I'd been by Grandmere's present. "Wait," I said, "you already gave me a gift. You wrote me a song, you got detention for me." Michael just shrugged. "Nah, that didn't count, this does." For a second, I let myself hope, maybe prom tickets. Lily could have told him how badly I wanted to go. But no, what was inside was even better. A delicate silver snowflake necklace. "From the non-denominational winter dance," he explained, like I might not remember. "You know, the paper snowflakes in the gym?" Of course I remembered. I still had one tucked in my nightstand drawer. Sure, it wasn't a prom ticket or a charm engraved with property of Michael Moskowitz, but it was close enough. So I kissed him right there by the stairs, in front of the wait staff, the hostess, and the coat check girl. Let them stare, I couldn't care less who was watching. If People magazine wanted to snap a dozen photos of us and plaster them across their next issue with some ridiculous headline like Mia's midnight kiss, I wouldn't have flinched. That's how over the moon I felt, still feel. My hands are shaking as I type this because, for the first time ever, I might actually be climbing toward the top of that elusive tree of self-discovery. Wait, what is that noise? Shattering glass, a yapping dog, and oh no, that's Grandmere shrieking. Friday, May 2, midnight, the loft I should have known. My birthday was going too perfectly. No, I didn't get a prom invite, and yes, my trip to Genovia was still up in the air. But for once, almost everyone I loved was at the same table without arguing. Michael wrote me a song. He gave me that delicate snowflake necklace. And the phone, oh, the phone was perfect. But come on. This is me we're talking about. At 15, I've accepted the truth. Normalcy and I just don't mix. Not in life, not in family, and definitely not on my birthday. This one almost made it until Grandmere showed up. With Rommel, who in their right mind brings a dog to a high-end restaurant? But it's customary in France, she insists. Oh, please. France also thinks it's fine to skip deodorant and dine on escargot. That should tell you everything. And yet, there she was, clutching her Hermes bag with a busted clasp, naturally, acting like this was completely reasonable. "Rommel has anxiety," she declared, as if that explained everything. Sure, the royal vet diagnosed him with OCD and put him on doggy Prozac, but let's be real, Rommel's real issue is living with Grandmere. If I had to endure her 24/7, I'd chew my own hair off too. But none of that excuses what happened next. While I was in the restroom, Rommel made his grand escape, bolting through the dining room like a furry little fugitive. Can you blame him? If I were trapped in her purse, I'd make a run for it to the scene at Les Oates' manger. Must have been something else. Imagine an 8-pound hairless poodle darting between tables like a tiny, manic ghost. Of course, Michael filled me in later, and apparently, half the diners mistook Rommel for some kind of mutant rat. I get it. Without fur, he does have that unsettling, rodent-like vibe, but screaming and climbing onto chairs. Not exactly a rational response. Then again, Michael mentioned a few tourists pulled out their phones, snapping away like they'd stumbled onto a tabloid-worthy spectacle. I wouldn't be surprised if some overseas gossip rag ran a story about a Manhattan fine dining rat infestation. What happened next was pure chaos, straight out of a slapstick comedy, minus the Hollywood glamour. A busboy, completely oblivious to the commotion, came barreling through with a tray of half-finished lobster bisque. Rommel, cornered near the raw bar, bolted right into his path. Next thing anyone knew, soup was airborne, and guess who took the brunt of it? Grandmere. Her pristine Chanel suit was suddenly a canvas for seafood bisque. Karma's a beautiful thing, especially when it punishes someone for bringing their dog to my birthday dinner. I'd have paid good money to see that. By the time I returned from the bathroom, the damage was mostly cleaned up, just a few damp patches on Grandmere's outfit. Naturally, I missed the best part. Instead, I walked in just as the maitre d' was firing the poor busboy, Jangbu, who looked like he was about to break down. He kept apologizing, but in New York, spilling soup on royalty, even the self-appointed kind, is a career-ending move. It's like a Michelin chef getting caught at a fast food joint or a celebrity admitting they binge-watch documentaries instead of hitting the clubs. Social suicide. I tried to argue on Jangbu's behalf, pointing out Grandmere's dog was the real culprit, but logic didn't stand a chance. The last I saw of him, he was trudging toward the kitchen, shoulders slumped. Some birthday present, watching an innocent guy lose his job while the actual troublemaker got off scot-free. Classic. Begged Grandmere, who was supposedly the victim here, though let's be real, she wasn't actually hurt, to convince the restaurant manager to rehire Jangbu. But no matter how hard I pleaded, she wouldn't budge. I even brought up how many busboys are immigrants, struggling to support families back home, but she didn't care. Grandmere, I said, desperate, how is Jangbu any different from Johanna, the African orphan you sponsor for me? They're both just trying to survive in this world. She clutched Rommel tighter. It had taken Michael, my dad, Mr. G, and Lars to finally catch him before he bolted through the revolving doors toward Fifth Avenue, probably dreaming of joining some secret poodle rebellion, and snapped. The difference is Johanna didn't dump soup all over me. Honestly, she can be such a nightmare. Now I'm stuck knowing there's a guy in Queens whose family might go hungry, all because of my birthday. That's right. Jangbu got fired because I exist. I bet wherever he is, he's wishing I'd never been born, and honestly, I don't blame him. Friday, May 2, 1 a.m., the loft okay, but my snowflake necklace is amazing. I'm never taking it off. Friday, May 2, 1:05 a.m., the loft well, maybe for swimming. Wouldn't want to lose it. Friday, May 2, 1:10 a.m., the loft, he loves me. Friday, May 2, algebra, and now the whole city knows about Grandmere's meltdown at Les Oates' manger last night. Even the Post ran with it, front page, bold letters, a royal mess. The Daily News called it Princess and the P soup. Wrong, by the way, it was lobster bisque. Even the Times covered it, which, come on, they're supposed to be above this. Lily climbed into the limo this morning, waving the paper. Your grandmother really outdid herself this time, she said. Like I didn't already feel guilty enough about Jangbu losing his job because of me. Though I'll admit, My guilt was slightly distracted by Michael looking ridiculously good, like he always does in the mornings. Freshly shaved, all smooth and perfect. It's hard to focus on anything else. Michael isn't the type to grow a thick beard, but by evening, when we usually end up kissing, since we're both a little awkward and the darkness hides our blushing, his stubble starts to feel rough. Honestly, mornings would be so much better for this. His face is soft then, not like the sandpaper it becomes after hours of not shaving. And his neck. Don't even get me started. Not that I've spent much time thinking about it. That'd be ridiculous. Except, well, Michael's neck is kind of perfect. On those rare moments when we're actually alone long enough to get lost in each other, I sometimes press my nose against his skin and just breathe him in. It sounds weird, I know, but he smells incredible, like fresh soap mixed with something warm and comforting, something that makes the whole world feel safe when I'm wrapped in his arms. If only he'd ask me to prom already. Then I could spend an entire night close to him, pretending we were just dancing while secretly memorizing that scent. Wait, what was I talking about before I got sidetracked? Right, Grandmere and Jangbu. None of the news stories about last night even hint at Rommel's involvement, let alone suggest Grandmere might be to blame. Of course not. But Lily knows the truth because Michael told her, and now she's got a plan. "We'll make signs in gifted and talented," she announced, "then head over after school." "Head over where?" I asked, still distracted by the thought of Michael's smooth jawline. "Les Oates' manger," she said, "to protest." Protest what? All I could focus on was whether my neck smelled half as good to him as his does to me. Not that he's ever mentioned it. With our height difference, it's easy for me to reach his, but for him to lean down and sniff mine, that'd look bizarre and probably give him a crick in his neck. "The protest against Jangbu Panas's unfair firing," Lily snapped. Great. Now I had after-school plans as if my life wasn't complicated enough already. Between princess lessons, with Grandmere, mountains of homework, and the looming disaster of my mom's party this weekend, where she and Mr. G might humiliate me by oversharing about their digestion, or suddenly breaking into a drum solo. Not to mention, I still have to finalize next week's menu for the Atom, my dad's insistence that I spend 2 whole months in Genovia this summer, and the fact that my boyfriend still hasn't asked me to prom. And now I'm supposed to drop everything and stress about Jangbu. Don't get me wrong, I am worried about him. But seriously, I've got my own mess to deal with. Like Mr. G handing back my quiz with a glaring C- and a note that says "see me." Oh, perfect. Because we didn't just sit across from each other at breakfast. Thanks for the heads up, Teach. Then Lana slaps a copy of New York Newsday on my desk, and there's Grandmere on the cover, clutching Rommel like a hostage, lobster bisque splattered all over her skirt. "Why is your family so full of freaks?" Lana demands. Honestly, I wish I had an answer for her. Friday, May 2, French unbelievable. Mr. G actually had the nerve to blame Michael for my distractions. As if Michael hasn't spent every study session patiently explaining algebra to me. Yeah, he stops by before class. So what? It's not like he's disrupting the space-time continuum. The only person bothered is Lana, because Josh Richter would rather admire his own reflection than visit her. And sure, maybe I got a 69 on the last quiz. Everyone has an off day. That doesn't mean I'm obsessed with Michael's neck or that I spent all of second period scribbling in my journal. Okay, fine. I might have doodled HRH Michael Moscovitz Ronaldo a few times, but that was ironic. Lighten up, Mr. G, since when did impending fatherhood turn you into the fun police? Friday, May 2, by OM, did he ask you last night? At your birthday dinner? No, Mia, prom is in 8 days. You need to ask him yourself. Shamika, you know I can't do that, time's running out, and if Michael doesn't ask you to prom by tomorrow night's party, you won't even have the chance to say yes. Come on, Mia, you've got to have some self-respect. Easy for you to say, Shamika, I shot back. You're a cheerleader, people practically hand you roses on a silver platter. She just rolled her eyes. And you're a princess. You can't let him think he can string you along, no matter how many love songs he writes or how many sparkly snowflake necklaces he gives you. You've got to show him who's really in charge, I groaned. You sound like my grandmother right now. You, no, she shrieked. Meanwhile, Lily won't stop ranting about Jangbu and his situation. I get it, the guy's in a tough spot, but I'm not about to invade his privacy by tracking down his home number, especially not using my brand new phone that I haven't even gotten to use yet. Lily's already made 5 calls on it. This whole busboy drama is spiraling out of control. At lunch, Leslie Cho, the Adams editor-in-chief, slid into our booth and asked if I'd write an in-depth piece on the incident for Monday's paper. Sure, it's my big break into real journalism, but am I really the best person for this? How unbiased can I be when Grandmere's involved? Yeah, she messed up, but she's still family. Suddenly, writing fiction seems way more appealing than dealing with the messy politics of school newspapers. While Michael was grabbing me another coffee and Lily was distracted, Tina leaned in. So, what's the plan if Michael doesn't ask you to prom? She whispered. What can I do? I groaned. Just sit around like Jane Eyre while Rochester ignores me for Blanche Ingram. Tina gave me a look. You should say something, maybe at your party tomorrow. Fantastic. I was actually excited about the party, well, aside from Mom's inevitable bladder lecture. But now, forget it. Tina's going to spend the whole night silently pressuring me to bring it up. Then Lily shoved a giant sign in my face. Les Oates Manger is un-American. Lily, I said. It's a French restaurant. Everyone knows that. She crossed her arms. Just because the owner's French doesn't mean he gets to ignore our laws and customs. I pointed out that legally people can hire and fire whoever they want. She just glared. That's not the point, Mia sighed, knowing there were limits to what she could do. Seriously, Lily, whose team are you even on here? Lily demanded. Yours, obviously, Mia replied. Well, Jangbu's, I mean. But come on, didn't Lily get that Mia had enough on her plate without adding some random busboys drama? Between summer plans, her barely passing algebra grade, and sponsoring an orphan in Africa, she had her hands full. And honestly, if she couldn't even get her boyfriend to ask her to prom, how was she supposed to magically fix Jangbu's job situation? Handing the protest sign back, Mia explained she had princess lessons after school, no time for rallies. Lily shot back that Mia cared more about herself than Jangbu's starving kids. Wait, how do you even know he has kids? Mia countered. None of the news articles mentioned it, and Lily still hadn't tracked him down. Lily rolled her eyes. It's a figure of speech, Mia. Sure, Mia felt bad for Jangbu and his hypothetical family. But life was tough, and right now, her own problems were front and center. Still, she promised to ask Grandmere to convince the restaurant owner to rehire him. It was the least she could do. After all, her existence was basically why the guy got fired. Homework algebra. No clue English. Why bother biology? Meh health and safety. Hard pass G and T. Yeah, right French. Something vague world civ. Something equally vague Friday. May 2 limo ride home Grandmere acted like last night never happened. No mention of bringing her poodle to Mia's birthday dinner. No acknowledgement of getting a busboy fired. And definitely no reference to her scandalized face splashed across every Manhattan tabloid, except the Times, of course. Instead, she rambled about how sticking chopsticks upright in rice was super offensive in Japan, something about disrespecting the dead. Like Mia would ever go to Japan, she couldn't even get a prom date. Grandmere, Mia finally snapped. Are we going to talk about last night, or are you just going to pretend it didn't happen? Grandmere blinked, all wide-eyed innocence. Darling, I have no idea what you mean. My birthday dinner, Les Oates Manger. You got a guy fired. It was everywhere this morning. Oh, that, Grandmere said, swirling her sidecar like it was nothing. Yeah, that, Mia shot back. What are you going to do about it? Do, Grandmere looked genuinely baffled. Why would I do anything? Mia shouldn't have been surprised. Grandmere had a talent for selective amnesia when it suited her. A man lost his job because of you, Mia cried. He could starve. Grandmere just stared at the limo's ceiling like it held the answers. Amelia, for goodness sake, Grandmere sighed, adjusting her pearls. I already arranged for one orphan. Now you want me to adopt the entire restaurant staff. I crossed my arms. That's not what I'm saying, but Jangbu didn't mean to spill soup on you. Your dog tripped him. Rommel bolted right under his feet. Grandmere immediately covered the dog's ears. Lower your voice, she hissed. He has anxiety. The vet warned that loud noises could. I don't care about the vet's diagnosis. I snapped. Lily and half the school are outside Les Oates' manger right now, picketing because of this. For effect, I flipped on the TV to NY1, expecting maybe a traffic update about rubberneckers slowing things down near the restaurant. Instead, a reporter stood in front of the scene, describing the unprecedented protest at the upscale 57th Street hotspot. The camera panned to Lily waving a sign that read, Les Oates' manger, unfair to workers, sure. I wasn't shocked to see Boris or the Ease Socialist Club. They'd protest a cloudy day if given the chance. But what stopped me cold was the crowd of strangers marching with them. The reporter explained. Busboys from across the city have joined in solidarity with Jangbu Panasa, fired last night after an altercation involving Genovia's royal dowager. Grandmere barely glanced at the screen before tutting. That shade of protest blue, she mused, does nothing for Lily's complexion. I groaned. She's utterly hopeless. Friday, May 2, the loft you'd think home would be a sanctuary. Nope. I walked in to Mom and Mr. G mid-argument. Normally, they bicker about her wanting a home birth with a midwife versus his demand for a full Mayo Clinic team. But today, baby names. Mom was adamant. Simone for a girl after de Beauvoir or Sartre for a boy. Mr. G, however, was campaigning hard for Rose. His grandmother, or Rocky. Yes, that Rocky. Rocky Balboa was kind-hearted, Mr. G insisted. Mom shot back. Over my dead body will my son be named after a fictional boxer who can barely spell. I sank onto the couch, wondering if adulthood was just endless debates about soup spills and baby names. Honestly, Rocky is a way better name than their last idea, Granger. Thank goodness I checked the baby name book I got them. When I pointed out that Granger means farmer in Middle French, they completely lost interest. Who names their kid Farmer? Amelia doesn't have any weird French meanings, though. It's related to Emily or Emmeline, which means hardworking in Old German, and Michael, that's Hebrew for who is like God. So together, we're basically a power couple, hardworking and divine. But the name debate didn't stop there. Nope. Now my mom wants to hit up BJ's in Jersey City tomorrow for party supplies. But Mr. G is convinced terrorists might blow up the Holland Tunnel, trapping them inside like some disaster movie. He's worried she'll go into labor early with the Hudson River flooding in. Meanwhile, he'd rather just grab Star Wars-themed plates from Paper House on Broadway. Seriously, I'm 15, not a toddler. I get every word they're saying. Whatever. I threw on my headphones and booted up my laptop, hoping to drown out the arguing, but no such luck. Lily must have just gotten back from her protest because she already blasted an email to the whole school. From Women Rule Attention Albert Einstein High Students. The students against the wrongful dismissal of Jangbu Panasa, Satudajpa needs you. Rally with us tomorrow, Saturday, May 3, at noon in Central Park, then march down 5th Avenue to Les Oates' manger on 57th. Stand up against unfair treatment of restaurant workers. Don't let anyone call us the materialistic generation. Make some noise. Lily Moskovitz, Satudajpa president. Wait, since when are we the materialistic generation? I barely own anything, just my phone, and I've only had that for like a day. Then another message popped up from Lily. Women rule. Mia, you totally missed out today. The rally was incredible. Busboys from all over, even Chinatown, showed up. The energy was unreal. And guess who walked in? Jangbu Panasa himself. He came to get his final check and was shocked to see us picketing for him. At first, he was too shy to talk, but by the end, total solidarity. You should have been there. I told him that even though I grew up in a privileged home with educated parents, deep down I'm just as working class as he is. I genuinely care about everyday people. Jangbu's joining the protest tomorrow. You should come too, it's going to be epic. Lily P.S. You never mentioned Jangbu is only 18. Did you know he's actually a Sherpa from Nepal? Back home, he finished high school, but with farming collapsing under political pressure, young Sherpas like him have no choice but to work as Everest guides. The irony, he's terrified of heights. PPS also, how did you not warn me he's ridiculously good-looking? Picture Jackie Chan mixed with a young Enrique Iglesias. Honestly, keeping up with my genius best friend and boyfriend is exhausting. Their brains work at warp speed while I'm just trying to keep my head above water. At least Tina's email was a relief. Someone who actually thinks on my level. I love romance. Mia, listen, I've figured it out. Tomorrow night at your party is the perfect moment to ask Michael about prom. Here's the plan. We play 7 minutes in heaven. Your mom won't freak, right? She and Mr. G won't be hovering the whole time, will they? And once you're in that closet with him, just ask. Trust me, no guy says no in that situation, or so I've heard. Seriously, what planet are my friends on? 7 minutes in heaven. Tina S. lost it. I just want a chill party, Coke, Cheetos, maybe the time warp if Mr. G helps me move the couch. Not some hormonal free-for-all. If I want to kiss my boyfriend, I'll do it in my room. Except, oh wait, I can't, because Mr. G enforces the 4-inch door rule like it's his life's mission. Thanks, stepdad. Nothing kills romance like a teacher's vigilance. Between my grandma and my friends, I don't know who's more determined to drive me crazy. At least Michael's message was sweet. Linux rolls, you seemed off in class today. Everything okay? Grateful he's always there for me, except, when he forgets to ask me to prom. Typical, I ignored Lily and Tina's messages but replied to Michael, trying out that whole subtle approach Grandmere had mentioned. Not that I'm suddenly team Grandmere or anything. Still, credit where it's due. She's definitely had more experience with guys than I have. Me, hey, I'm good, thanks. Lately, though, I keep feeling like I'm forgetting something. Not sure what, but it's definitely tied to this time of year there. Perfect. Just vague enough to make him think, but with a hint he should pick up on. And since Michael's basically a genius, I figured he'd get it immediately. Turns out I was wrong. His reply came fast, probably because he was already online. Michael, well, considering the C on your quiz today, I'd say you're forgetting everything we've covered in algebra. Want me to come over Sunday and help with Monday's assignment? Seriously, could any guy be more clueless? Maybe Lily's boyfriend, Boris, but even he might have caught my not-so-subtle hint. I was so bummed I just wanted to crawl into bed. There was a Farscape marathon on, but watching other people's space drama was the last thing I needed. Mine was bad enough already. Saturday, May 3, party day, Mom knocked on my door early, asking if I wanted to tag along to BJ's for party supplies. Guess she won that argument. Normally, I'd be all over it. The giant warehouse, free cheese samples, the popcorn, and Mr. G's favorite drive-through liquor stop where they load your trunk with soda without you even stepping out of the car. But today, I couldn't even muster excitement for that. I stayed buried under my comforter, faking a weak voice. Mind if I skip it? My throat's kinda sore, and I should probably rest so I'm good for the party later. Mom didn't buy it, but she didn't push. Just shrugged and said, "Suit yourself," before heading out with Mr. G. Honestly, given her recent mood, I got off easy. What is wrong with me? I'm a mess. My boyfriend hasn't asked me to prom, and I'm too scared to bring it up in case he thinks I'm being clingy. And then there's Genovia. I signed that stupid contract agreeing to spend the summer there, and now I'm stuck. How did everything get so complicated? My best friend is out there changing the world, while I can't even muster the energy to hold up a sign for her cause, even though the person she's helping is someone I screwed over in the first place. And now my algebra grade is slipping again, and I just don't care. With all that guilt and stress piling up, what else can I do but flip on some cheesy inspirational movies? Maybe if I watch enough stories about women overcoming impossible odds, I'll find the guts to deal with my own mess. Worth a shot, right? Turns out, Lifetime movies are the worst kind of motivation. Instead of feeling inspired, I just feel worse about myself. Who watches these and actually comes away feeling good? Take The Taking of Flight 847. Lindsay Wagner plays a flight attendant who saves a plane full of hostages by singing some heartfelt folk song. Meanwhile, the only song I know by heart is a punk anthem about self-love, which, let's be real, would probably just make hijackers angrier. Then there's the abduction of Kari Swenson, where an Olympic athlete gets kidnapped by backwoods creeps who want to marry her. Gross. She escapes, wins gold, and the bad guys end up in prison with mandatory hygiene routines. Me, I just sob until they tossed me out for being too pathetic. And don't even get me started on a cry for help. The Tracy Thurman story. Jo from The Facts of Life gets attacked by her husband while cops just stand there. Then she sues the whole system and wins. But hey, I've got a bodyguard. If anyone tried that with me, Lars would tase them before they could blink. Finally, Sudden Terror features a hijacked school bus where the driver keeps her cool so well that a sniper takes out the bad guy mid-rant, right in front of a bunch of kids. Lucky for me, I ride in a limo, so my biggest risk is bad traffic. Saturday, May 3, 7:30 p.m., half an hour before my party starts, and all I've learned is that I'd be terrible in a crisis. Maybe I should just stick to snacks and small talk. She woke up pregnant. This chilling true story follows a woman who discovers her dentist assaulted her while she was under anesthesia for a root canal. Shockingly, he claims they had a consensual affair and accuses her of fabricating the assault to cover up an affair with her husband, until an undercover female officer poses as a patient. With a hidden camera, police capture him in the act of undressing her. Personally, I wouldn't have to worry. Even a deranged dentist wouldn't find much to exploit in my case. Miracle Landing. Connie Selica stars as First Officer Mimi Tompkins, who heroically lands Flight 243 after its roof tears off midair due to metal fatigue. But she's not the only one with nerves of steel. A flight attendant repeatedly checks on passengers in the exposed front section, reassuring them despite their injuries, like airplane carpet fused to their heads. Me, I'd be too busy vomiting to land a plane or comfort anyone. Honestly, watching these kinds of movies leaves me feeling utterly inadequate. Then there's Miracle Pets, which only made things worse. Compared to the animals on that show, my cat, Fat Louie, is basically useless. A donkey fought off wild dogs, a parrot alerted its owners to a fire, and a cat dialed 911 when its owner collapsed. Fat Louie. He'd hide during a crisis, ignore gumdrops, and if I passed out, he'd just yowl by his empty food bowl until the neighbors broke in to shut him up. Even my pet fails at life. Meanwhile, Mom and Mr. G had a blast shopping at BJ's, except when Mom got stuck in the Holland Tunnel, desperately needing a bathroom. By the time they reached a gas station, the restroom was locked, and she nearly dislocated the attendant's arm, snatching the key. But they did score some epic Star Wars merch, including Queen Amidala underwear, strictly for me, not the party guests. My mom popped into my room after they got home, waving a pack of Amidala underwear she'd bought, but I couldn't muster any excitement, even though I faked a smile. Maybe it's hormones. Or maybe turning 15 and suddenly being expected to act like an adult is just exhausting. I should be thrilled. Mr. G went all out, hanging Queen Amidala banners around the loft, weaving twinkling white lights through the ceiling pipes, and even sticking a plastic Amidala mask on Mom's giant Elvis statue. He even swore he wouldn't drum along to Michael's carefully curated playlist, which included all my favorite Destiny's Child and Bree Sharp tracks. So why do I feel like this? Is it because my boyfriend still hasn't mentioned prom? Why does that even matter? Why can't I just appreciate what I have? Why can't I be normal and happy for once? This party was a mistake. I'm not in the mood for celebrating. What was I thinking? I'm a loner queen. Loner queens don't throw parties, especially not for their equally uncool friends. No one's coming. I'll be stuck here alone with the stupid decorations, the snacks, and Michael's playlist, listening to the silence. Oh no, the doorbell just rang. Someone's here. Please, just let me survive tonight. Give me the confidence of every strong woman I've ever admired. That's all I'm asking. Sunday, May 4, 2 a.m. It's official. My life is ruined. Shout out to the few who didn't betray me. My mom, before she turned into a hormonal wreck, Mr. G, for trying to save my grades, and Fat Louie for existing, even if he's less impressive than the pets on Miracle Pets. Everyone else, clearly conspiring to destroy me, like some twisted Jane Eyre fanfic. Take Tina. She shows up, drags me into my room, where coats are supposed to be, and whispers, "Ling Su and I have a plan. She'll distract your mom and Mr. G, then I'll announce 7 minutes in heaven. When it's your turn, pull Michael into the closet, make out with him, and when he's totally into it, ask him to prom." Tina, I snapped. Not just because her scheme was ridiculous, but because she was covered in body glitter. Seriously, it was all over her collarbone. Why can't I ever find that stuff when I actually want it? If I actually had the nerve to try something like that, would I be bold enough to swipe it across my collarbone? Probably not. Let's face it, I'm way too predictable. There will be absolutely no 7 minutes in heaven at my birthday party, I told Tina firmly. Her face fell instantly. Seriously, why not? Because this is a nerd gathering, Tina. Hello. We don't do cheesy kissing games. That's what people like Lana and Josh do at their parties. Our kind of fun involves spoon or maybe light as a feather, stiff as a board, but definitely not locking lips in a closet. Tina, however, was convinced nerds totally play those kinds of games. Think about it, she argued. How else do you think little nerds come into existence? I countered that nerds probably wait until marriage and the privacy of their own homes, but Tina had already tuned me out. She flounced off to greet Boris, who, as it turned out, had been lurking in my entryway for half an hour, too awkward to be the first guest, so he'd passed the time reading every takeout menu shoved under my door. "Where's Lily?" I asked, since I figured they'd arrive together. Boris shrugged, mouth full of Cheetos. "Haven't seen her since the protest this afternoon. She was up front with her megaphone, leading chants. I got hungry, stopped for a hot dog, and boom, everyone just kept marching without me." I pointed out that, well, that's kind of the whole idea of a march. Boris looked baffled, which made sense. He's from Russia, where organized marches were basically illegal unless they involved praising Lenin or something. Then Michael walked in with a stack of CDs. I'd considered hiring his band, but Mr. G vetoed it. Our downstairs neighbor Verl already loses it over drum practice. A full band might push him into full-blown paranoia. Verl goes to bed at 9 p.m. sharp so he can wake up early and spy on our German neighbors, who he's convinced are alien spies. They're just German, but hey, close enough. And of course, Michael looked ridiculously good. Why does he always have to be so unfairly attractive? It's honestly distracting. You'd think I'd be used to how he looks by now. considering I see him almost daily, sometimes multiple times a day. But every single time, my heart does this ridiculous flip, like he's some gift I'm about to tear open. It's pathetic, honestly. This crush is out of control. Anyway, Michael turned on the music, and soon the place was packed with people chatting about the protest march and last night's Farscape binge, everyone except me, who'd skipped both. Instead, I played host, collecting coats, because May evenings still had a bite to them, and silently begging no one would bail early or overhear my mom loudly discussing her shrinking bladder with anyone who'd listen. Then the doorbell chimed, and there stood Lily grinning like she'd won the lottery, her arm draped around some guy in a leather jacket. "Hey," she chirped. "Mia, meet Jangbu. Jangbu, meet Princess Mia of Genovia, or just Mia, if you're not into titles." I gaped. Not because she'd brought him unannounced, Lily never asked permission, but because she was practically glued to him. Meanwhile, her actual boyfriend, Boris, was in the next room, clumsily attempting the electric slide with Shamika. "Mia," Lily huffed, stepping inside. "A little enthusiasm, maybe." "Right, sorry. Hi," I mumbled. Jangbu flashed a smile, and yeah, he was stupidly handsome, way more than Boris, not that it mattered. Lily wasn't with Boris for his looks, anyway. The guy was a prodigy on the violin, and trust me, those don't exactly grow on trees. Thankfully, I managed to pry Lily off him long enough to take their jackets, and by the time Boris spotted her, she'd put on her best just friends act. Dumping the coats on my bed, I nearly collided with Michael. "Enjoying the chaos?" he asked, smirking. I shot him a look. "Did you see your sister and Jangbu?" He glanced over. "What about them?" "Never mind," I muttered. No way was I sparking some overprotective brother meltdown. Sure, Michael never acted like Lily needed guarding, but that was probably because she'd been dating Boris, his buddy, and, let's be real, a guy who breathed through his mouth half the time. The last thing we needed was a scene straight out of Get Over It. Michael is exactly the type for public displays of affection, and as it turns out, being trapped in a closet with his girlfriend doesn't rank high on his list either. Not that he had any issue with the dark or the close quarters. He made that clear once Tina, giggling, shut us inside with Mom's winter coats, Mr. G's vacuum cleaner, the laundry basket, and my rolling suitcase. No, what really got to him was knowing everyone outside was listening. "Nobody's paying attention," I assured him. "Listen, they turned the music back on." And they had. But honestly, I couldn't blame him. 7 minutes in heaven is a ridiculous game. Making out with your boyfriend is one thing. Doing it in a cramped closet while an entire party waits just outside is another. The mood was non-existent. Pitch black, so dark I couldn't even see my own fingers, let alone Michael. And the smell, Hugh. That was thanks to the vacuum, which hadn't been emptied in ages. The bag was stuffed with orange cat fur, and scented litter Fat Louie constantly scattered everywhere. The pine scent wasn't exactly fresh, more like stale air freshener. "So we're really stuck in here for 7 whole minutes?" Michael asked. "Looks like it," I said. "What if Mr. G walks in?" "He'd probably murder me," I joked. Michael smirked. "Guess I'd better make this memorable then." And just like that, he pulled me close and kissed me. And you know what? My opinion on the game changed fast. There was something about the darkness, the way his body pressed against mine, his hands tangled in my hair, it was intoxicating. Without sight, every other sense sharpened. I could smell the clean, warm scent of his skin, something woodsy and sweet, way better than the vacuum funk. It sent a jolt through me, reckless and electric. I didn't jump him, though I wanted to. Between the coats and the lack of space, it wasn't exactly an option. Instead, I pulled back just enough to blurt out, "So, about prom, are we going or what?" Michael laughed against my neck, his breath tickling my skin. "Prom? Seriously." "Now, prom is even dumber than this game," Michael said, pulling away slightly. I stumbled back, stepping right on Mr. G's hockey stick, but I barely noticed. I was too stunned. "What do you mean?" I demanded, wishing I could see his face in the dark to tell if he was joking. Instead, I had to rely on his voice. Michael reached for me again, which was ironic, considering how much he supposedly hated 7 minutes in heaven. "Mia, come on. Prom's not my thing," he said. I swatted his hands away. Even though it was pitch black, it wasn't like I could miss. "How are you not the prom type?" I shot back. "You're a senior, you have to go. It's like a rite of passage." "Yeah, well," he said with a shrug I could practically hear, "just because everyone else does something lame doesn't mean I have to. Proms are for guys like Josh Richter." "Oh, really?" My voice was icy, sharper than I meant it to be. "So what do guys like Michael Moskovitz do on prom night then?" "I don't know," he said, way too casually. "We could just keep doing this if you want." By this, he meant making out in a closet. I didn't even dignify that with a response. "Michael," I said, my tone shifting to full-on royal disapproval. "If you're not going to prom, what are you planning to do?" He actually sounded confused. "I don't know. Go bowling." Bowling. My boyfriend would rather spend prom night throwing a ball at pins than slow dancing under twinkle lights. The same guy who gave me that delicate snowflake necklace, the one I never take off, was seriously suggesting bowling. He must have sensed my horror because he backpedaled fast. "Mia, be honest. Prom is the corniest thing ever. You drop a fortune on some stiff tux you can't even breathe in, eat overpriced food that's worse than #1 noodle sun, then stand around in some rented ballroom." "Maxims," I snapped. "Whatever," he said. "You just end up eating dry cookies, dancing to terrible music with people you'll never talk to again." "Like me," my voice cracked. "Is that what you're saying? You never want to see me again? You're really just going to graduate, head off to college, and completely forget I exist?" Michael's voice softened as he said, "Mia, come on. You know I'd never forget you. I wasn't talking about you. I meant people like Josh and his crew. What's going on with you?" But I couldn't explain. Because suddenly, my vision blurred with tears. My throat tightened. And okay, fine, my nose might have been running. Because it hit me like a ton of bricks. My boyfriend had zero plans to ask me to prom. Not because he wanted to take someone more popular, like some cheesy 80s movie plot. No, it was worse. Michael Moskovitz, the guy I loved more than anything, except maybe my cat, the one I'd sworn my undying devotion to, had absolutely no desire to go to his own senior prom. The moment hung there, thick with unspoken devastation, until Boris yanked the closet door open and shouted, "Time's up!" Maybe if he hadn't, Michael would have noticed my sniffles, pulled me close, and promised me the world just to see me smile again. Maybe he'd have whispered, "Sweetheart, I had no idea," and vowed to take me to prom if it meant that much to me. But nope. Instead, Michael squinted against the sudden light, shielding his eyes, completely missing my tear-streaked face. And okay, maybe a slightly runny nose, though that's definitely not princess behavior. My heartbreak was quickly overshadowed by sheer shock when Lily suddenly yelled, "My turn," and bulldozed toward the closet. But here's the twist. She didn't grab Boris, her violin-playing, dim-sum-sharing, sweater-tucking boyfriend. No. She grabbed Jangbu Panasa, the ridiculously hot Sherpa busboy. The room froze, except for the blaring music, as she shoved a bewildered Jangbu into the closet and slammed the door behind them. We all just stood there, staring at the closed door, completely speechless. Well, I certainly had no idea what to do next. I glanced at Tina and saw the same stunned confusion on her face. Neither of us had a clue how to react. Meanwhile, Michael acted like this was just another Tuesday. He gave Boris a pat on the back with a casual, "rough night, dude," before strolling off to grab some Cheetos. Seriously, rough night. That's the best he could come up with after watching Boris's heart get stomped on. I couldn't wrap my head around his chill attitude. Where was the outrage, the protective big brother energy? If this were some cheesy teen drama, he'd be kicking down that closet door and dragging Jangbu out by his collar. But no, Michael just stood there. Crunching snacks like this was no big deal. Forgetting my own prom drama for a second, Lily's little makeout session had pretty much short-circuited my brain. I marched over to him. "That's it. You're just gonna stand here eating junk food." He raised an eyebrow. "What else am I supposed to do?" I don't know, maybe react. That's your sister in there." Michael took a sip of his soda 7-Up because of course there was no Coke and shrugged. "Lily's a big girl. If it were you, sure, I'd throw hands, but she can handle herself. Always has." He offered me the chip bowl. "Want one?" Like I could stomach snacks right now. "No thanks, but aren't you even a little concerned about?" I floundered, unsure how to phrase it. "That she's fallen for Jangbu's whole mysterious mountain guide vibe?" Michael smirked. "If anyone's getting played here, it's him. Dude looked like a deer in headlights." I shot a look at Boris, who was now face down on the couch while Tina rubbed his back, murmuring something about Lily just giving Jangbu a closet tour. Even I wasn't buying that, and I've nodded along to the debate team's most ridiculous arguments. "Boris will survive," Michael said, scooping up more dip. "Boys, I'll never get them. If it were my sister, I'd be seeing red. And if it were my prom, I'd already be camped outside the ticket office." But hey, that's just me before any of us could react. The loft's front door swung open, and Mr. G walked in, arms loaded with more soda. "I'm back," he announced, dropping the bags on the counter and shrugging off his jacket. "Grabbed some ice too. Figured we might be running low by now." His voice cut off abruptly when he opened the hall closet to hang up his coat and found Lily and Jangbu tangled up inside. That pretty much killed the party vibe. Mr. Giannini might not be as strict as Mr. Taylor, but he's still a high school teacher, no stranger to games like 7 Minutes in Heaven. Lily's weak excuse about accidentally getting locked in didn't fool him. He called it a night, sending everyone home with strict instructions to Hans, my limo driver, to make sure Jangbu didn't follow Lily inside her building. Now I'm lying here, feeling like a hollowed-out version of myself. 15, but somehow ancient. Because tonight, I watched Hope get stomped out right in front of me. Boris's face said it all as Lily and Jangbu stumbled out of that closet, disheveled and guilty, Lily adjusting her shirt like it was no big deal. Seriously, second base, with a guy she just met, in my closet. But Boris wasn't the only one wrecked. My reflection in the bathroom mirror had that same hollow stare. No surprise, my prom fantasy is officially dead. No black off-the-shoulder dress, no slow dance with Michael in his tux, no smug satisfaction watching Lana Weinberger realize she isn't the only freshman there. Game over. Sunday, May 4, 9 a.m., the loft despair doesn't stand a chance against my mom, and stepdad blasting the Donnas at sunrise while making waffles. Why can't they just go to church quietly like normal people and let me drown in misery? At this point, moving to Genovia sounds tempting. Except there, I'd probably be dragged to Mass too. I should probably be grateful my mom and her husband aren't religious fanatics. But they could at least keep the noise to a reasonable level. It was Sunday, May 4th, right around noon in our loft, and my only goal for the day was to stay buried under my blankets until Monday morning rolled around. That's what people do when life decides to kick them in the teeth. They hide under the covers and pretend the world doesn't exist. But of course, my mom had other plans. She barged into my room, which, given her current size, was more of a full-body collision than an entrance, and plopped down on my bed, nearly flattening fat Louie, who had curled up by my feet. He retaliated by sinking his claws into her backside through the comforter, which led to a lot of screaming and an apology for interrupting my wallowing. Then came the dreaded words, "We need to have a little talk." Those words never lead anywhere good. The last time she hit me with one of these talks, I got a lecture about body image and how mine was supposedly distorted. She was convinced I was about to blow my Christmas cash on a boob job, which, newsflash, wasn't even on my radar. I was saving up for Shania Twain's entire discography. But try explaining that to a woman who's convinced you're suffering from low self-esteem. She went off about how women everywhere are pressured to change themselves to fit some unrealistic ideal, citing stats about plastic surgery in Korea versus the US apparently. America isn't the worst offender when it comes to beauty standards, but we're still exporting our nonsense worldwide, thanks to shows like Baywatch and Friends. Side note, Nigerian women are stunning, just in a completely different way than Hollywood actresses. That conversation was awkward enough, but today's was the talk. Not the hey, puberty's happening, stop stealing my pads for your action figures talk. Oh no. This was next level today, marked the dreaded you're 15, dating someone, and apparently my husband caught you and your friends playing 7 Minutes in Heaven, so let's have the talk moment. I've documented this entire cringe fest so that someday, if I ever have a daughter, I'll know exactly what not to say, because every word made me want to vanish into thin air. Honestly, she'd be better off learning about this stuff from a random TV drama like the rest of the world. Mom launched in with, Mia, Frank told me Lily and her friend, what's his name, Django? Jangbu, I corrected, already bracing myself. Right, whatever. He said they were, well, kissing in our hall closet. Some game called 5 Minutes in the Dark. 7 Minutes in Heaven, I muttered. Fine, the name doesn't matter. The point is you're 15, practically an adult, and you and Michael are serious. It's normal to be curious about certain things, maybe even experiment a little. Mom, stop, I practically screeched, my face burning. There's nothing wrong with intimacy between people who care about each other, she said, way too calmly. Ideally, you'd wait until college, or say your 30s. But hormones exist, so we need to talk about being safe. Talking about this with you is the problem. I groaned, she sighed. I get it, my mother would have rather swallowed glass than have this chat, but we should be open. If you ever want to discuss birth control, I can schedule an appointment with Dr. Brandeis. We're not doing anything, I yelled, mortified. Good, because you are young, she said, unfazed. But if that changes, you need facts. Like how STDs can spread through oral. Yes, Mom, I know, health class exists. Mia, sex is natural, like eating or breathing. If you choose to be active, be smart about it. I bit back the urge to snap, oh, like you were with Dad or Mr. Giannini. What good would that do? Instead, I just nodded robotically. Sure, Mom, thanks, got it. But she wasn't done. Of course she wouldn't leave me alone, hovering like one of Tina's younger siblings when we're trying to peek at her dad's forbidden magazine stash. Honestly, you'd be surprised what you can pick up from those pages. Everything from the best sound system for a sports car to spotting if your spouse is cheating with their coworker. Tina insists it's smart to study the opposition, which explains why she sneaks glances whenever possible. Though we both think whoever writes that stuff has some seriously strange obsessions, especially with automobiles. Eventually, my mom ran out of things to say. The big conversation just sort of fizzled out. She lingered for a moment, scanning my room, which, let's be honest, wasn't that messy. I'm actually pretty organized, mostly because I can't focus on algebra until my space is tidy. Maybe it's some psychological thing about clutter-free zones helping concentration. Or maybe homework's just so dull I'll invent any reason to delay starting. Mia, Mom finally said, after what felt like forever. Why are you still in pajamas at noon? Don't you usually meet the gang for brunch on Sundays? I rolled over. No way was I explaining that brunch plans had probably imploded since, Lily and Boris had apparently called it quits. I hope you're not mad at Frank for cutting the party short, Mom continued. But honestly, sweetheart, at your age, You and Lily should know better than 7 minutes in heaven. Why not stick to classic games like spin the bottle? I buried my face in my pillow. How could I explain that my real issue wasn't Mr. G's interference, but the fact that my boyfriend refused to even consider prom? Lily wasn't wrong. The whole thing is basically an overpriced, outdated tradition. So why did it sting so much? Fine, Mom sighed, heaving herself up with some effort. Lie here all day if you want. Can't say I blame you. This couch looks amazing right now. Then again, I'm a sleep-deprived, pregnant woman, not a teenager. The moment her footsteps faded, I exhaled. Thank goodness. Who tries to give their kid the talk about a boyfriend they've barely kissed? Unless you count that one awkward peck after the winter formal. The only person in our class who's actually gotten anywhere is Lana, if the locker room graffiti from spring break is accurate. And now apparently Lily, too. Fantastic. My best friend's love life is suddenly more exciting than mine, despite me supposedly having found the one. Unbelievable. Sunday, May 4, evening, apartment apparently today is national worry about me a day, because my phone won't stop buzzing. Just got off with Dad, who wanted a full recap of the party, disaster on the bright side. Neither Mom nor Mr. G brought up the whole 7 minutes in heaven incident to my dad, which would have sent him into orbit. But that also meant I had to lie straight to his face. Lying to Dad is usually easier than lying to Mom, since he never went through the whole teenage girl phase and doesn't realize just how skilled we are at spinning wild stories. Plus, he hasn't caught on to my tell. My nostrils flare like crazy when I'm fibbing. Still, it's not exactly a walk in the park. The guy survived cancer, for crying out loud. Lying to someone who basically pulled a Lance Armstrong, minus the doping scandal and yellow jerseys, feels kind of rotten. But whatever. I gave him the usual rundown. Party was fine. Nothing exciting. Blah, blah, blah. Thank goodness we weren't in the same room, or he'd have seen my nose doing its little flare-up routine. The second I hung up, the phone rang again, and I grabbed it like my life depended on it. Maybe, just maybe, it was Michael finally checking in. You'd think after the whole prom disaster, he'd at least call to see if I was drowning in a pit of despair. But nope. Instead, I got the one person who could make my day even worse, Granmere. Her Royal Highness didn't waste time. Amelia, it's your grandmother. Clear your schedule for Wednesday the 7th. I'm dining at Le Cirque with the Sultan of Brunei, and you're coming. And don't start with your eco-warrior nonsense about his fleet of luxury cars. You need culture, not whatever garbage you're watching on TV, Miraculous Pets, or that sad Lifetime channel. Enough with your mother's artist friends and their bingo nights. It's time you met real people. I sighed. Okay, Granmere. Whatever you say, Granmere. Seems harmless, right? Wrong. Because my grandmother has a sixth sense for sniffing out trouble. Amelia, she snapped. What's wrong with you? Spit it out. I have dinner with the Duc de Bamarzo in 20 minutes. Nothing's wrong, I muttered. Just bummed about bombing my algebra quiz. She scoffed. Phew it, try again and make it quick. I caved. Fine, it's Michael. Remember the prom thing? Yeah, he doesn't want to go. Granmere didn't miss a beat. I knew it. He's still hung up on that girl, isn't he? The one who buzzes around like a fly. Fine. If he won't take you, I've got Prince William's number somewhere. I'll call him up. He can hop on a private jet and escort you to the dance. That'll teach that ungrateful me. No, Granmere. Michael doesn't want to take anyone. He's not even into the whole prom scene. He thinks it's kind of pointless. Granmere, oh, for pity's sake. Not another one of those. Me, afraid so. Granmere, your grandfather was the same. If I'd let him have his way, we'd have eloped at City Hall and celebrated with diner pancakes. The man had zero sense of romance or the importance of spectacle. Me, yeah, that's why I'm feeling off today. And honestly, I've got a ton of work, homework, plus an article due tomorrow. Not mentioning it's about her, sort of. A follow-up on the Les Oates manger mess. According to the Times, they still won't rehire Jangbu. So Lily's protest, total bust. Well, except for landing her a new guy. Grandmere, go focus. Keep your grades up, or your father will blame me for prioritizing royal duties over your math struggles. And stop fretting about that boy. He'll cave, just like your grandfather. You just need the right leverage. Bye. Leverage. What leverage could possibly make Michael care about prom? Unless it was some nerdfest hybrid. Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings with a coding competition on the side. Later, in the loft, turns out Michael didn't call because he emailed. Found it when I booted up my laptop to finish my piece for the Atom. Subject: Ray, last night Mia, hope you didn't get grounded forever. Mr. G seems chill, doubt he stayed mad. Things here are a disaster zone with Lily/Boris drama. My advice: stay out of it. Seriously. Not our circus, not our monkeys. Call me if you're free, we could grab dumplings, or I'll swing by to rescue you from algebra. MPS Linux rolls was his sign-off. Classic Michael's email made it pretty clear he wasn't losing sleep over the prom disaster. The casual tone suggested he had no idea he'd basically stomped on my heart, which, to be fair, I never actually told him how I felt. But as my grandmother loves to remind me, ignorance isn't an excuse. And judging by how chill that message was, pretty sure his parents haven't cornered him for the talk about protection and the wonders of intimacy. Nope, that delightful conversation always lands on the girl, even when your boyfriend claims to be a feminist ally. At least he bothered to write. Unlike my supposed best friend. You'd think after single-handedly destroying my party vibe, okay, Tina's closet game didn't help, but Lily took it nuclear by making out with Jangbu right in front of Boris. She'd at least call to say sorry. Radio silence. And yeah, I get it, Jangbu's objectively hotter than Boris, and I'm the last person to judge someone for messy romantic choices. Cough last semester cough. But I had the decency to break things off with Kenny before diving into Michael. That's just basic respect. My inbox, flooded. Everyone's desperate for drama updates except Lily, obviously. Tina's messages are all caps panic. OMG, are you alive? Did your dad murder you? Also, did you see Lily's shirt after the closet? Shamika S over here treating it like prime reality TV. Best party ever. Jeff and I totally missed our closet moment, but Lily's meltdown, iconic. Think her dad's gonna find out, honestly. The whole thing's exhausting. But part of me hopes Lily's silence means she's somewhere, sweating over how to explain herself. Karma's a closet, and it swings both ways. Holy crap. If my dad ever found out I was in a closet with some guy who already finished high school, I'd be toast. Actually, I'd be toast if I was in a closet with any guy. But seriously, have you heard from her? Spill the tea ASAP. Also, did you talk to Michael about prom? What's the deal? Shamika from Ling Su. Hey Mia, your mom's artwork is insane. Those slides were next level. Speaking of, what went down while I was in her room? Shamika mentioned Mr. G caught Lily with some busboy in the closet. No way it wasn't Boris, right? What's going on with them? Did they break up or something? Lingsu PS, think your mom would let me borrow her sable brushes. Just to test them out. I've never used high-end ones before, and I want to see if they're worth blowing my entire savings at the art store. PPS, did Michael ask you to prom yet? Then there was Boris's message, which was a whole mess of panic. Josh Bell too. Mia, have you heard from Lily? I've been calling her place all day, but Michael says she's not home. She's not with you, is she? Please say no. I'm freaking out. Did I do something wrong? Why else would she be in a closet with some other guy? Did she say anything about being mad at me? Yeah, I grabbed a hot dog during her protest, but I was starving. She knows I get shaky if I don't eat every couple hours. Just tell me if she's okay, even if she hates me now. Boris, I swear, Lily is the worst sometimes. This is even more ridiculous than when she took off with my cousin Hank. At least back then, there wasn't any closet drama. Ugh. Being best friends with a revolutionary feminist socialist icon is exhausting. Monday, May 5, homeroom turns out. I didn't have to wonder where Lily was yesterday. Mr. G handed me the answer over breakfast, right there on the front page of the New York Times. I saved the article, partly for history, partly because I know Leslie's gonna make me write about it for the Atom. Here's the scoop. Citywide busboys strike Manhattan. Restaurant workers across the city have walked off the job in support of Jangbu Panasa. An 18-year-old busboy fired from the upscale Les Oates manger after an incident involving Genovia's dowager princess. Witnesses say Panasa tripped while carrying a tray, accidentally spilling soup on her. Now, the whole city's buzzing Pierre Jupe, the manager of Les Oates manger, claims Panasa had been warned earlier that night after fumbling a tray. The guy's a total disaster, Jupe, 42, told the press. But Panasa's defenders argue there's more to the story. Some insist he didn't just slip, but stumbled over a customer's pet. NIC health codes strictly prohibit non-service animals in dining areas, meaning the restaurant could face hefty fines or closure if proven guilty. There was no dog, insisted owner Jean St. Luc. Pure fiction. Our clientele would never bring an animal in here. They have better manners than that. Yet whispers of a mysterious creature, maybe a dog, maybe something stranger, refused to die. Multiple diners reported seeing a small, hairless animal darting between tables, some speculating it belonged to the visiting dowager princess. They're celebrating her granddaughter Amelia Thermopolis, Ronaldo's 15th birthday. Meanwhile, busboys across the city have walked out in protest, demanding Panasa's reinstatement. Restaurant owners insist service will go on, but without busboys, waitstaff are drowning in extra work. Some servers are even considering joining the strike. Fed up with years of unfair treatment, many busboys work under the table, earning below minimum wage with no benefits. Strike organizer Lily Moskovitz, 15, led a rally outside City Hall, shouting, "Busboys aren't punchlines, they're the backbone of this industry. If the city keeps ignoring them, every restaurant will pay the price." And then there's Rommel. This whole mess spiraled because of him and Lily. I nearly lost it when Hans dropped me off at the Moskovitz's place this morning, and there she was, standing next to Michael like some innocent angel. Mama always says butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, and yeah, that definitely fits. Whatever it means, it's not good. Lily's smug expression was practically glowing, like she just won some invisible trophy. I shot her a glare and snapped, "So, Lily, have you talked to Boris yet?" I didn't even glance at Michael, still too annoyed about the whole prom disaster. It wasn't easy staying mad at him, though. Morning light suited him too well, his face freshly shaved, his neck probably smelling like that irresistible cologne he always wore. And yeah, he's basically the perfect boyfriend, writing me songs, giving me that snowflake necklace, but none of that mattered right now. Because who doesn't want to go to their own senior prom? It's not like he didn't have a date. Hello, that's me. Doesn't he realize he's robbing me of the one decent high school memory I might actually want to remember? A moment I could frame and show my grandkids someday. Of course he doesn't know, I haven't told him. But shouldn't he just get it? If we're soulmates, shouldn't he sense how much this means to me? I mean, Pretty in Pink isn't exactly subtle. 47 viewings, and he thinks I'm obsessed with John Cryer. Please. Lily brushed off my Boris comment like it was nothing. "You should have seen the protest yesterday, Mia," she said, all dramatic. 1,000 people marching on City Hall. It was powerful. I actually cried. "Oh, I bet someone else cried too," I shot back. "Like, say, Boris, when he saw you making out with Jangbu in the closet. Ring any bells?" Lily just gazed out the window at the freshly planted flowers in the Park Avenue median. No magic, just city workers doing overtime. "Wow," she said, ignoring me completely. "Spring really is here. Cold, absolutely freezing. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother with her. Later in bio, so, did he ask you? Ask me what? You haven't heard. Michael thinks prom is lame, he's not going. What? Yep. Shamika, what am I supposed to do? I've been fantasizing about slow dancing with Michael under those tacky disco balls since forever. I want everyone to see us and know, that's right, he's mine. Yeah, I know it sounds possessive and outdated, but I want to be his. Like officially. Is that so wrong? I hear you, but what's your plan? What can I even do? Nothing. Well, you could try talking to him. Are you out of your mind? Michael called prom lame. If I admit it's been my secret dream to go with the guy I love, what does that say about me? Yeah, that makes me just as lame. Mia, Michael would never think that. He cares about you. Maybe if he knew how much it meant, he'd change his mind. Shamika, no offense, but you've been watching way too much Seventh Heaven. Blame my dad, it's the only show he lets me watch. Monday, May 5th. This tension is unbearable. The air in here is so thick you could choke on it. I almost wish Mrs. Hill would storm in and start yelling, anything to shatter this suffocating quiet. And yeah, quiet. Strange for the G&T room, considering Boris Pelkowski usually fills it with his violin screeching, until we shove him in the supply closet just to stay sane. But not today. That beau's gone silent, maybe for good, crushed under the weight of heartbreak, thanks to my so-called best friend Lily. She's sitting right beside me, acting oblivious to the misery pouring off Boris in the back corner, face buried in his arms. She has to be faking it because the rest of us can practically taste his despair. Even Michael's typing away like nothing's wrong, but he's got headphones on. Maybe they block emotional fallout. Note to self, ask for noise-canceling one's next birthday. I should probably drag Mrs. Hill in here. Boris looks like he's one step from a full meltdown. How can Lily be this cold? It's like she's torturing him for no reason. At lunch, he begged her to talk somewhere private, but she just kept saying, "It's over, Boris, move on." But why? He wailed loud enough that the jocks started snickering. Mortifying, but also kind of a spectacle. "You didn't do anything." Lily finally tossed him a crumb. "I'm just done. We peaked. Congrats on your self-actualization. You'll be fine without me." New detail. The flickering fluorescent light above them buzzed like a trapped fly, making the whole scene feel even more surreal. Lily's comment about Boris achieving self-actualization makes no sense to me. He still wears that ridiculous bio-nader and insists on tucking in his sweater unless I stop him. If anything, he's the opposite of self-actualized, though I suppose I'm not one to talk. The breakup hit him hard, but that's Lily for you. Once she decides something, it's over. Right now, she's busy crafting a speech for Jangbu to deliver at some press conference at a Chinatown hotel tonight. Poor Boris might as well be erased from history. I can only imagine the doctors. Moskowitz's reaction when they meet Jangbu. My dad would never let me date someone who'd already graduated, except Michael, but he's an exception because we've known each other forever. Then, out of nowhere, Boris lifts his head from his desk. His eyes lock onto Lily with an intensity that could rival a furnace. Not that I've ever seen one, given Manhattan's strict air quality laws. But you get the idea. It's the same focus he used to have staring at that Joshua Bell poster. His mouth opens. He's about to speak. Why am I the only one noticing this? Monday, May 5, nurse's office. I can barely hold my pen steady after what just happened. That was next-level drama. Blood everywhere, and somehow, I didn't even flinch. Maybe I've got a future in medicine, because while everyone else panicked, I stayed calm. Even the nurse said my quick thinking kept Boris from losing too much blood. Take that, Grandmere, your so-called princess just saved a guy. Okay, fine, maybe not saved his life, but still. The whole thing started when the room went dead silent, the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. I was already watching Boris, so I saw it coming before anyone else. Then, out of nowhere, he stood up and shouted, "Lily, I can't take this anymore. You can't do this to me." And then, well, let's just say things got messy. "At least give me a chance to show you how much I care." Or something along those lines. Honestly, the exact words are fuzzy now, considering what went down next. But I'll never forget Lily's response. Surprisingly, she was almost gentle about it. You could tell she regretted how she treated Boris at my party. In this soft, apologetic tone, she said, "Boris, I really am sorry, especially for how things played out. But when you love someone the way I love Jangbu, there's no fighting it. You can't stop Chicago fans from celebrating when the Bulls win the championship. You can't stop shoppers stampeding through Macy's on Black Friday. And you definitely can't stop the L train from flooding during a downpour. That's how unstoppable this love is. I wish I could change it, but I can't." Her words, as kind as they sounded, and even I, who's usually the first to criticize Lily, aside from maybe her brother, have to admit she said it nicely, hit Boris like a punch to the gut. His whole body tensed up. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed the massive globe beside him, no small feat, considering that thing weighs a ton. Seriously, the only reason it's in the G&T room is because it's too heavy for anyone to spin, so the school probably thought, just dump it with the brainiacs. They won't complain. And there was Boris, allergic to everything, prone to fainting, and with a deviated septum, hoisting this enormous globe over his head like some kind of action hero. The whole room froze. Michael yanked off his headphones, and even the quiet kid who's always tinkering with his supposedly skin-safe super glue, so you don't end up with sticky fingers after fixing your sneakers, snapped to attention. "If you don't take me back," Boris gasped, no easy task, holding 50 pounds of geography above his skull. "I'm dropping this on my head." A collective gasp filled the room. Nobody doubted he'd do it. And yeah, reading it now, it sounds ridiculous. Who threatens to crush themselves with a globe? But this was the gifted and talented class. Geniuses pull stunts like this all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if some have dropped heavier things, like anvils or, I don't know, microwaves just to see how things would play out. Seriously, these two were brilliant. Since Boris was a genius and so was Lily, she responded to his threat the way only someone equally brilliant would. A regular person like me would have panicked, shouting, "Boris, stop. Put that down. Let's talk this out." But Lily, she had that genius-level curiosity, wondering what would actually happen if he went through with it. Maybe she even wanted to test whether she had enough influence over him to push him over the edge. So instead of pleading, she just sighed and muttered, "Fine, do it. Like I care." And then, boom. You could see the hesitation flicker across Boris's face, like it finally dawned on him that smashing a 50-pound globe onto his own skull wasn't the smartest move. But just as he started to lower it, his grip slipped, maybe by accident, maybe not. You know how sometimes you say, "I really hope that doesn't happen." And then, because you can't stop thinking about it, it does. Yeah, like that. The globe hit his head with this awful, hollow thunk, the same sound that eggplant made when I accidentally dropped it from Lily's 16th floor window last summer. It bounced off his skull and shattered on the floor. Boris clutched his head, stumbling around like he was drunk, nearly knocking over the glue guy, who looked terrified his notes were about to get wrecked. Lily froze, hands pressed to her face, ghostly pale. Michael cursed and lunged forward. Lars bolted from the room, screaming for the teacher. Meanwhile, without even thinking, I yanked off my sweater, marched right up to Boris and barked, "Sit down." He was flailing around like a headless chicken, not that I've ever actually seen one, thank goodness. But somehow he listened. He collapsed into a chair, shaking like a scared dog during fireworks. "Move your hands," I ordered, and when he did, I pressed my sweater against the gash in his head, the way I'd seen on Animal Precinct when that officer brought in an injured pit bull. And then, well, chaos erupted. Absolute, total chaos. Lily burst into loud, hiccuping sobs, the kind I hadn't witnessed since second grade when I, accidentally, shoved a spatula down her throat during a cupcake decorating disaster. She'd been hogging all the frosting, and I panicked about running out. The glue guy bolted from the room, and Mrs. Hill rushed in with Lars and half the faculty, who'd clearly been lounging in the teacher's lounge, as usual at Albert Einstein High. Meanwhile, Michael crouched beside Boris, using that eerily calm tone he must have picked up from his psychiatrist parents, the ones who get midnight calls from patients threatening to cruise the interstate in full clown makeup. "You're okay," he murmured. "Just breathe, slow and steady. That's it. You'll be fine." I stayed frozen, my sweater mashed against Boris's bleeding head, while the classroom globe wobbled lazily, maybe loosened by the impact or slick with blood, before settling with Ecuador front and center. When the nurse arrived, she peeked under my sweater, gasped, and immediately shoved it back down. "Let's get you to my office, sweetheart," she cooed, mirroring Michael's soothing act. But Boris's legs buckled, probably from low blood sugar, so Lars and Michael hauled him up while I kept pressure on the wound, unsure if I was supposed to let go. Passing Lily, I caught her ghostly expression, pale as slushy Manhattan snow with a hint of queasiness. Good, I thought, serves her right. Now we're stuck in the nurse's office as she files paperwork and calls Boris's mom. The cut isn't deep, but he'll need stitches and a tetanus shot. The nurse even recognized me. "You're the princess, right?" I nodded, secretly thrilled. Funny how movie blood makes me squeamish, but real-life crises. Bring it. Oh, and I nearly passed out in biology when they showed that acupuncture video. Had to sit there with my head between my knees just to keep it together. But watching blood actually spray from Boris's head didn't even make me flinch. Maybe it'll hit me later, like some delayed PTSD episode. Though honestly, if all the royal drama hasn't wrecked me yet, seeing my best friend's ex drop a globe on himself probably won't either. Oh, great. Here comes Principal Gupta. Monday, May 5, French class. Tina. "Mia, is it true about Boris? Did he really stab himself with a protractor in 5th period? Me, of course not. He went for the dramatic approach, dropped a globe on his head." Tina, "Oh my God. Is he okay?" Me, "Yeah, thanks to Michael and me. He'll just have a killer headache for a while." The worst part was dealing with Principal Gupta. She kept demanding to know why he did it, and I wasn't about to throw Lily under the bus. Not that it's entirely her fault. Okay, fine, it totally is. She was practically making out with Jangbu right in front of him. Tina, "So what did you tell Principal Upchuck?" Me, the usual, blamed it on school stress, begged her to cancel finals like in Harry Potter. But no luck. No giant snakes, no deaths, just Boris and his impromptu geography lesson. Tina, that's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. I mean, a guy willing to concuss himself for love. Dreamy. Me, right. Bet Lily's rethinking Jangbu now. Tina, who knew Boris had a tortured Heathcliff soul. Maybe he'll haunt East 75th Street, all brooding and tragic. Me, I always thought he was kind of cute. Tina, cute. Me, yeah, he's got nice hands. Tina, hands. Me, yeah, they're kind of important. Tina, you're disgusting. Me, pot, meat kettle. At least I never admitted my thing for Michael's neck out loud. Monday, May 5, limo to princess lessons. I am officially the queen of Albert Einstein High. First the princess thing, now this. Michael and I are basically the heroes of ease. And let's be real, Michael could totally pull off a Dr. Kovac vibe. Dark hair, killer shoulders. No complaints here. I seriously don't get why my mom is even hiring a midwife. At this point, I could just deliver the baby myself. Give me a pair of scissors and a baseball glove and I'd be set. Honestly, maybe I'm in the wrong career. Forget writing, I might have a future in medicine. Then Lars had to go and ruin everything by mentioning that med school requires good grades in math and science. Science, fine, but math. What does calculus have to do with delivering babies? It's like the entire education system is personally trying to sabotage my dreams. Just when I was feeling proud of my medical prowess. Okay, fine. I didn't faint at the sight of blood, which is basically a miracle. Granmere swooped in to burst my bubble. "When's your Chanel fitting?" she asked, like prom was still happening. I had to break it to her again that Michael and I weren't going. A normal grandma would have offered sympathy, maybe even cookies. "Not mine," she just sighed and said, "Clearly you didn't follow my advice." "Excuse me," I shot back. "Ask properly," she snapped. I gritted my teeth. "What do you mean, Granmere?" She gave me that look. "I told you if you found the right motivation, Michael would take you, but instead you're moping." I was furious. "I've tried everything, except, actually telling him why it matters. Because what if I pour my heart out and he still says no? That would be worse than not asking at all." Granmere just smirked. "No, you haven't." She crushed her cigarette into the ashtray, exhaling thick gray smoke through her nose. "Honestly, it's ridiculous how the entire fate of Genovia rests on me while my own grandmother couldn't care less about poisoning my lungs." Before saying, "Amelia, listen carefully. When two sides can't find common ground, the smartest move is to pause and ask yourself what the other person truly desires." I squinted at her through the haze. "So, I need to figure out what Michael actually wants." "Exactly," I shrugged. "Simple, he doesn't want to go to prom because it's boring." "No," Granmere corrected, tapping her cigarette. "That's what he doesn't want. What does he want?" I hesitated, watching Rommel sneakily groom his paw now that Granmere was distracted. "Well, he wants to play with his band." "Bien," she said, French for good. "But what else?" "I don't know," I admitted, still stuck on the band idea. Prom was a senior event, and underclassmen only got to go if invited. I vaguely remembered the Atom mentioning a DJ booked for the dance. "Of course you know," Granmere snapped. "Michael wants what every man wants." My eyes widened. "Wait, you mean I should get his band to play at prom?" Granmere choked mid-sip, coughing violently. What?" she wheezed. I leaned back, stunned by my own brilliance. This was perfect. Michael would be thrilled to land a real gig, and I'd get to attend prom with a band member, which was basically the coolest thing ever. "Grandmere," I gasped, "you're a genius." She drained the last of her sidecar, ice clinking. "I have no idea what you're babbling about," she muttered, but I could tell she was secretly pleased. Then I remembered why I was still mad at her. "But seriously, Granmere," I said, crossing my arms. "The busboy strike. You have to fix this. It's your fault." She lit another cigarette, eyeing me through the fresh plume of smoke. "You ungrateful little brat," she hissed. "After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me." "I mean it, Granmere," I insisted. "You need to call Les Oates Manger and explain what happened with Rommel. Admit it was your fault Jangbu tripped and demand they give him his job back. It's not right, he got fired over nothing." "He'll land on his feet," she said with a wave of her hand. "Not without a reference," I shot back. "Then he can return home," she replied. "I'm certain his family misses him. Granmere, he's from Nepal, a country crushed under occupation for years. There's nothing for him there. He'll end up with nothing." "I refuse to entertain this conversation further," she declared. "Now list the 10 traditional courses served at a royal Genovian wedding." "Grandmere, list them." So I rattled them off: olives, antipasto, pasta, fish, meat, salad, bread, cheese, fruit, dessert. Mental note: if Michael and I ever tie the knot, skip Genovia unless the palace agrees to a fully vegetarian menu. It's baffling how someone as ruthless as Granmere can still pull off brilliant moves, like getting Michael's band booked for prom. Then again, even villains have their moments. Not that I can think of any right now, but they must exist. Monday, May 5, 9 p.m., The Loft Bad News. I spent hours digging through old issues of the Atom, hunting for the prom committee head so I could pitch Skinner Box as an alternative to their lame DJ. Imagine my horror when I finally found the answer staring back at me: Lana Weinberger. Lana. Freaking. Weinberger. Game over. There's no way I'm getting into prom now. She'd rather chew glass than let my boyfriend's band play. We've hated each other since forever, and the feeling's mutual. What am I supposed to do? Missing prom isn't an option. I can't. Then again, maybe I shouldn't complain. Some people have it worse, like Boris. His email just came through. Mia, thanks for today. No clue why I acted like such an idiot. Guess I got carried away. I love her, but it's obvious now we were never meant to be. Lily's a force of nature, untamable. What you and Michael have, that's special. Hold on to it. Boris Pelkowski, P.S. My mom says she'll have your sweater professionally cleaned by the end of the week. Star Cleaners swears they can remove the blood without leaving a trace. BP poor Boris. Comparing Lily to a wild Mustang, more like a wilted houseplant. I decided to check in on her after seeing her looking queasy earlier. I sent a casual, friendly email asking how she was holding up after the whole ordeal. Imagine my surprise when she hit me back with this. Women rule. Hey, POG. That's her ridiculous nickname for me, Princess of Genovia. I've begged her to drop it, but of course she won't. What's up? You missed the Satudajpa press conference tonight. The hotel union might actually join us. If we get them and the restaurant workers to strike, this city's in trouble. People need to wake up. Service workers deserve fair pay. Crazy about Boris today, right? Total psycho move. Then again, he is a musician. Should have seen it coming. Props to you and Michael, though you two were like a medical drama duo. Bet you'd rather I compared you to instead of Star Trek. Anyway, gotta run. Mom's yelling about the dishes. Lil P.S. Jangbu got me a silk rose from a street vendor after the conference. So sweet. Boris never pulled stuff like that. I couldn't believe it. The way she brushed off Boris's pain, the WhatsApp, the outdated Star Trek reference, Lily, the pop culture snob, suddenly acting like it was 1995. And the musician stereotype. Michael's the most level-headed person I know. If anything, I'm the impulsive one, Taurus energy versus his stubborn Capricorn practicality. Fuming, I fired back. FT, Louis, just so you know, Boris needed stitches and a tetanus shot. Oh, and he might have a concussion. But sure, focus on your silk rose. Maybe you could take a break from your sudden obsession with Jangbu, a guy you literally just met, and show a little compassion for your ex, who you were with for nearly a year. Lily's reply came lightning fast. Women rule. Oh, please, spare me the entitled attitude. I don't owe Boris, or you anything just because we dated in the past. If he wants to throw a tantrum and drop a globe on his own head, that's his problem, not mine. And honestly, if you spent less time binging Lifetime movies and more time actually experiencing real life, maybe you'd recognize toxic behavior when you see it. Or better yet, maybe you'd write something more interesting than cafeteria gossip for the school paper. Her guilt over Boris was obvious in how viciously she lashed out. I could have let that slide. But insulting my writing? No way. FT Louis. Oh, that's rich. At least I don't spend my life staging drama for the camera like some wannabe filmmaker. And FYI, Leslie Cho just assigned me an actual news piece, something you wouldn't know about since you're too busy playing Activist of the Week. Women rule, oh please. That story only exists because of me. You're pathetic. Go cry about your terrible summer in a palace or how my brother won't take you to prom. Leave the real work to people who can actually handle it. That was it. Lily Moskovitz was officially no longer my best friend. I'd had enough. Part of me wanted to fire back, but that felt petty. Maybe I'd ask Tina to be my new best friend, except that sounded ridiculously childish. We weren't kids anymore. We were practically adults, like my mom always said. Adults don't announce their friendships, they just know. Somehow, maybe it's a hormone thing. My head was pounding. Monday, May 5, 11 p.m. I almost lost it when I checked my email one last time before bed. There it was, another message, this time from Michael. Linux rolls, Mia, are you sure you're not mad at me? You barely spoke to me all day except for that whole mess with Boris. Did I screw up somehow? Then, a beat later, Elinux R. Ulls scratched that last email. Total nonsense. If I'd actually done something to tick you off, you'd have called me out. Because that's just how you roll, and honestly, that's why we work. No secrets, no games. Then another ping. Elinux R. Ulls, wait, this isn't about that party, is it? When I refused to throw hands with Jangbu over my sister's questionable taste in guys. Because trust me, meddling in her drama never ends well. You've seen the fallout. Then one last message before signing off. Elinux R. Ulls, whatever. Night. Love you. Oh, Michael, my knight in slightly scuffed Converse. Why are you still not asking me to prom? Tuesday, May 6th, 3 a.m. Unbelievable. The audacity. And for the record, movies have taught me more about writing than any textbook ever could. Observe, life-changing writing lessons courtesy of Hollywood Aspen Extreme. Guy moves to the mountains to ski, but really, he's just there to scribble angsty tributes to his dead best friend. Mails it off, and bam, next thing you know, his face is on the cover of Powder. Moral: getting published is apparently as easy as ordering a pizza. Wonder Boys, back up your work, unless you enjoy sobbing over a typewriter in the rain. Little Women, ditto. Some lessons are universal. Moulin Rouge, falling for your leading lady. Bad, especially when she's coughing into a lace hanky. Also, if a tiny person hands you a glowing green drink, maybe don't. The bell jar, mom doesn't get to read your masterpiece until it's already on shelves. No take-backs. Adaptation, twins, suspicious. Always, is she great, pink paper manuscripts. Publishers eat that up. Also, sex. Obviously. How dare Lily act like my cinematic education is worthless? If I ever decide to swap my pen for a stethoscope, I've got and MASH on lockdown. Try arguing with that. Tuesday, May 6 today. A dumpster fire wrapped in a train wreck. Mr. G ambushed us with a pop quiz in algebra, which I bombed because hello, emotional crisis over Boris/Lily/promgate. You'd think my stepdad might have slipped me a heads up, but no. Teacher ethics, he says. What about family ethics? Ever heard of those? Then Shamika and I got busted note passing again. Now I'm stuck writing 1,000 words on how climate change is wrecking the Amazon. Oh, and thanks to Lily's silent treatment, I'm partnerless for the health project. She's committed to the cold shoulder, even ditched the limo this morning for the subway. Real mature don't really care, honestly. Though when we picked disorders for our health project, I ended up with Asperger's syndrome. Why couldn't I have gotten something more exciting, like malaria? It feels unfair, especially since I'm thinking about going into medicine. At lunch, I accidentally bit into a piece of sausage hidden in my supposedly all-cheese personal pizza. Meanwhile, Boris spent the entire period scribbling Lily over and over on his violin case. She didn't even show up. Maybe she and Jangbu caught a flight back to Nepal and left us all in peace. Michael doubts it, though. He thinks she's probably at another press conference. Speaking of Michael, he hasn't budged on the prom thing. Not that I asked. But when we walked past the prom committee's ticket table, he muttered, "Sucker," under his breath as the guy who always complains about corn in the chili bought tickets for him and his girlfriend. Even that guy gets to go. Literally everyone on the planet is going except me. Lily still hasn't reappeared, which is probably for the best. Boris is spiraling. He dug up some whiteout and is now decorating her name with tiny flourishes. I want to grab him and yell, "Get a grip." She's not worth this, but I'm worried I might knock his stitches loose. Mrs. Hill, clearly on high alert after yesterday, hasn't taken her eyes off us, flipping through catalogs like a prison warden. I bet Principal Gupta tore into her over the whole globe-to-the-head incident. Since I've got nothing better to do, I'm writing a poem called Spring Fever to vent. If it's decent, I'll slide it under the Adams door, anonymously, obviously. Leslie would never run it if she knew I wrote it, since I haven't paid my dues as a rookie reporter. But hey, what's the worst that could happen? Tuesday, May 6, St. Vincent's Hospital. Turns out things can get worse, much worse. And it's probably my fault for even thinking they couldn't. Because now, in addition to failing an algebra quiz, getting busted in bio for note passing, and being stuck with Asperger's for my project, my dad's pushing me to spend the summer in Genovia, my boyfriend won't take me to prom, my best friend called me weak, and her boyfriend needed stitches after smashing his own head with a globe. Perfect. Imagine your grandmother pressuring you to dine with some foreign dignitary, then your pregnant mom collapsing in the middle of the supermarket freezer aisle. I swear this happened. She face-planted right into the ice cream display. Luckily, she bounced off a stack of cookie dough pints and ended up on her back, or my future sibling would have been pancaked. The store manager completely lost it, sprinting through the aisles like a headless chicken, shouting, "Code blue in frozen foods." By some miracle, a crew from the local firehouse was shopping there at the same time. Back when Lily and I were still tight, we'd sometimes linger near the produce section just to watch them inspect fruit. This time, they actually came in handy. One second they were debating avocados, the next they were checking my mom's pulse. Turns out she wasn't dead, just out cold. They called an ambulance and rushed her to the nearest hospital. Honestly, if she'd been awake, she would have been thrilled. Nothing like a squad of firefighters lifting you onto a stretcher to boost your ego. Meanwhile, I was zoning out in French class when my phone buzzed. Not just any call. This was an emergency line breach. Mademoiselle Klein has a zero-tolerance policy for ringing phones, but when I finally realized it was mine, I didn't even care. I expected Mom or Mr. G calling to say the baby was coming. Instead, it was some fire captain asking if I knew a Helen Thermopolis. My stomach dropped. They'd found her phone and dialed the only contact saved, me. I bolted so fast I nearly took the door off its hinges. Lars barely kept up as I sprinted down the hall, screeching into Mr. G's classroom to yell that his wife was in the The color drained from his face, and this is a man whose face down my grandmother. Without flinching, the three of us bolted for the 77th Street subway station. No way was a taxi cutting through midday Manhattan gridlock, and Hans and the limo were off the clock until school let out at 3. The staff at St. Vincent's, who are absolute rock stars, by the way, probably never expected a frantic Genovian princess, her security guy, and her stepdad to come barreling into the waiting area, shouting my mom's name like a trio of deranged cheerleaders. Finally, a nurse emerged from triage, holding up a hand. "Helen Thermopolis is stable," she said. "She's awake, just resting. Mild dehydration caused her to faint." Dehydration. My heart did a backflip for entirely new reasons. "She skipped her 8 glasses of water," the nurse chuckled. "Well, the baby's pressing on her bladder, so hydration's been tricky." "Is she okay?" Mr. G demanded. "What about the baby?" I blurted. "They're both fine," the nurse assured us. "Follow me." She led us into the St. Vincent's real-deal emergency room where Greenwich Village's finest disasters land. The place was packed. A guy tangled in tubes, another hunched over a basin, an NIU student sleeping off last night's bad decisions, an elderly woman clutching her chest, a model nursing a stiletto-related injury, a construction worker with a bloody hand, and a bike messenger who'd lost an argument with a taxi. Just as I started mentally cataloging future patients, if I ever pass algebra and make it to med school, the nurse pulled back a curtain and there was Mom glaring like someone had stolen her last coffee. Then I spotted the Roman 4 in her arm. "What is that?" I shrieked, forgetting volume control. "You said she was fine." "Just fluids," the nurse said calmly. "Mrs. Thermopolis, tell them you're okay." "Ms." Mom snapped. That's when I knew she'd survive. I lunged at her, hugging carefully around the Roman 4 while Mr. G did the same. "I'm fine, really," Mom said, ruffling our hair. "No need for dramatics." "But it is dramatic." My cheeks were wet. "Getting a call from Captain Pete Logan during French class, hearing your mom's in the that's nightmare fuel." Mom rolled her eyes. "I'm fine. Just promise you'll remind me to drink more water." "The baby's doing great, and once they finish this Roman 4 drip, I can finally go home," she said, giving the nurse a pointed look. "Right. Absolutely," the nurse replied, pulling the curtain shut to give us some privacy, me, my mom, Mr. G, and my ever-present bodyguard. "Mom, you've got to take better care of yourself," I said, trying to keep the worry out of my voice. "You can't push yourself like this." "I'm fine," she insisted. "It's that ridiculous pork noodle soup I had for lunch. From Golden Noodle Palace," I gasped. "Mom, seriously, that stuff's basically a salt bomb. No wonder you collapsed. The MSG alone could knock out a horse." Lars leaned in, his voice low. "Your Highness, how about we grab your mom a smoothie from the cafe across the street?" Leave it to Lars to stay calm in chaos. Probably all that elite Israeli military training. He's a sharpshooter with his Glock and, according to him, not too shabby with a flamethrower either. "Perfect idea," I agreed. "Mom, we'll be right back with something actually good for you." She murmured a weak thanks, but her gaze lingered on Lars a little too long. Probably just the dizziness from fainting. Except when we returned with the smoothie, the nurse blocked us at the door, 1 visitor per hour, no exceptions. She only let us in earlier because, well, I am the Princess of Genovia, and everyone looked frantic. She did take the smoothie, promising to give it to Mom. So now Lars and I are stuck in the waiting room, perched on those awful plastic chairs that feel like they were designed by a torture expert. I already canceled my princess lesson with Grandmere, who sounded about as concerned as if I'd told her it was raining. Meanwhile, Dad went full panic mode. He wanted to fly in the royal doctor from Genovia to check Mom's heartbeat and make sure her delicate 36-year-old system wasn't overdoing it. Oh, my God, guess who just stormed into the My future royal consort, Prince Charming himself, Michael Moscovitz. More soon. Tuesday, May 6th, the loft Michael is incredible. He bolted straight here after school when he heard what happened from my dad, no less. Can you believe it? When Tina told him I'd raced out of French class, he actually called my dad because I wasn't answering my phone. What guy does that? Seriously, most guys I know wouldn't dare call their girlfriend's father, especially when that father happens to be an actual prince. But my boyfriend? Not a chance. He's fearless, even if he still thinks prom is a total waste of time. Though honestly, after watching my mom collapse in the frozen food aisle at the grocery store, priorities shift fast. Suddenly, prom doesn't seem like the end of the world. Family, love, health, those things matter way more. Okay, who am I kidding? I still desperately want to go. It's eating me alive that Michael won't even consider it. I even tried bringing it up in the waiting room at St. Vincent's, where CNN was airing a segment about segregated proms. Some schools have separate dances for different groups, which is just ridiculous. At our school, thankfully, everyone gets one big prom with a mix of music, from rap to R&B. As we sat there, me, Michael, and Lars, watching ambulances pull up outside, I nudged Michael. "Doesn't that look fun?" I said, nodding at the TV. He barely glanced at the screen. "Getting emergency surgery in the middle of traffic, hard pass." "No, the prom," I insisted. He took one look at the glittery gowns and stiff tuxes and said flatly, "Nope." "Come on," I pushed. "We could go just to laugh at it. You wouldn't even have to dress up. Jeans and a fake tux t-shirt would work." He gave me that "are you serious" look. "Bowling would be way more fun." I sighed, trying to ignore the coughing patients and Lars hovering nearby. "We bowl all the time. Prom is one night, one special night." Michael just shook his head, and I realized this battle wasn't over yet. Wouldn't it be fun to actually dress up and go dancing for once? Michael's face lit up. You want to dance? We could totally do that. The Rainbow Room's an option. My parents love it for anniversaries. Live jazz, fancy atmosphere. Yeah, I get it, I cut in. Super classy, but I meant somewhere with people our age, like actual teenagers. From ease, he frowned. I guess if Trevor and the guys were into it. His bandmates were his usual go-to. But let's be real, they'd rather chew glass than go to something as uncool as prom. Seriously, dating a musician is its own special challenge. While normal people follow the beat of their own drum, Michael follows his entire garage band. Don't get me wrong, he and his friends are great, but what's so terrible about prom? Where else do you get to crown royalty? Nowhere, that's where. But fine. I won't let his refusal to act like a regular 17-year-old ruin my night. Instead, I'm stuck enjoying quality family time with Mom and Mr. G, watching Miracle Pets. Some old lady's pig walked 20 miles to save her life. Meanwhile, Fat Louie would probably abandon me for a passing squirrel before I even hit the floor. Asperger's syndrome, a report by Mia Thermopolis. Asperger's, a type of pervasive developmental disorder, involves struggling with social interactions. Sounds familiar. Symptoms include awkward nonverbal communication, yep, that's me, trouble making friends, also me, and not reading social cues, me again. It's more common in guys, okay, not me, or Lily. But here's the kicker. Many with Asperger's are crazy smart, Lily, 100%, and thrive in fields like programming or music. Wait, music? Oh no, Michael. Symptoms may include weird eye contact or gestures, me, and let's be honest, Boris, being called freakish by peers, getting way too personal here, zero interest in typical social events, prom, anyone. This is getting uncomfortably accurate. Lana constantly calls me weird, like, every single day. She never seems to pick up on social cues or care about how anyone else feels. Seriously, Lily, she never celebrates anyone else's wins. And don't even get me started on how rigid some people are about tiny changes to their routines. Looking at you, Grandmere, Dad, Lars, and Mr. G. Then there's Boris, who can't sit still. Anyone who's seen him shred Bartok on his violin knows he's a human tornado. Some people fixate on the strangest things, like world history, rare rocks, or, in my case, the prom. Wait, does that count? Oh, number, does this mean I have Asperger's? But then Lily's obsessed with Jangbu Panasa, Boris with his violin, Tina with cheesy romance novels, and Michael with his band. Oh my gosh, what if we all have it? What if our whole school is secretly for Aspies and nobody told us? I'm about to expose this conspiracy like an investigative journalist, Mia Thermopolis, champion of misunderstood brains everywhere. And what's this about obsessing over parts of objects instead of the whole thing? That sounds suspiciously like me. Then there's the whole self-injurious behavior thing, Boris dropping a globe on his head, though, okay, that only happened once. But here's the kicker. None of us have speech delays or lack curiosity. Lily's already way ahead in certain extracurriculars. Asperger's was first spotted in 1944, but nobody knows what causes it. Some people don't even see it as a disability. Still, we should all get tested. What if Mr. Wheaton assigned me this topic because he knew? Fast forward to Tuesday night in the loft. While Mr. G was out on an emergency ice cream run, I barged into Mom's room mid-charmed marathon. Mom, I demanded, do I have Asperger's or not? She barely looked up from the screen. She insists Charmed is a feminist series because it features women battling evil without male assistance, though I can't help noticing they usually do it in skimpy outfits, and Mom definitely perks up during shirtless scenes. Still, her reaction to me was pure irritation. Seriously, Mia, she snapped. Another health and safety report. Absolutely, I shot back. It's obvious you've been concealing the truth. that I have Asperger's and you've secretly enrolled me in a specialized school. The lies end today. She just stared at me before deadpanning. Do you not recall last month when you swore you had Tourette's? I argued this was nothing alike. Tourette's involves uncontrollable tics before age 18, and at the time, my excessive use of like and totally seemed textbook. So what if I wasn't jerking around involuntarily? Are you denying my Asperger's diagnosis? I demanded. Mia, Mom sighed. You are officially medically 100% Asperger's free. I refused to accept it, not after all my research. Positive, what about Lily? Mom rolled her eyes. Lily's unique, but no, she doesn't have Asperger's. Part of me wished she did, then maybe I could excuse her calling me pathetic. But no, she's just cruel by choice. And now my prom fixation, just plain obsession, not some diagnosable condition. Fantastic. Wednesday, May 7, 3:30 a.m. It's hitting me. What I have to do. Deep down, I always knew, but denial's a powerful thing. Every instinct screams no, but what's the alternative? Michael even admitted he'd go if his bandmates did. This is rock bottom. My dignity's circling the drain and sleep. Forget it. The dread, too thick the atom, the student voice of Albert Einstein High School Lion Pride, runs deep week of May 12, Volume 45. Issue 18, a message to students. With finals just around the corner, the administration wants everyone to revisit EASE's core mission and values. Our mission. Albert Einstein High School is committed to delivering an education that's cutting edge, globally aware, and pushes students to grow. What we stand for: 1. A broad curriculum with rigorous academics and diverse electives. 2. Extracurriculars that help students discover passions beyond the classroom. 3. Personal responsibility, own your choices. 4. Respect for all cultures and perspectives. 5. Zero tolerance for cheating or plagiarism. Violations mean serious consequences. Heads up, the school will be cracking down on Rule 5 during exams. Consider this your warning. Dining Disaster at Le Grand Bistro by Mia Thermopolis. When this paper asked me to recount last week's chaos at Le Grand Bistro, I had no choice but to confess. My grandmother started it. She sneaked her tiny terrier inside, and when the pup bolted, server Luis Mendez fumbled a tray of bisque straight onto the visiting Duchess of Montenero. The resulting scene got Luis fired, which feels unjust, maybe even illegal. Note, I didn't pay much attention in civics. Bottom line. Luis deserves his job back. Editor's note: we rarely publish anonymous pieces, but this poem captures the restless spirit of May 2 perfectly to ignore. Spring Fever by Anonymous ditching lunch, taco salad, extra beef, extra dressing, the park calls. Daffodils fight through litter, we sprint past the gates. Did they notice? Probably not. First offense equals detention, maybe. We sprawl on a bench, reach for sunglasses left in my locker. Oops. Reminder: leaving campus equals automatic suspension. No exceptions, not even for Sunshine A students' unfortunate encounter with geography by Melanie Greenbaum. An Albert Einstein High School student ended up with more than just a headache yesterday when a classroom globe took an unexpected dive onto his skull. Whether it slipped from its stand or was pushed remains unclear, but either way, this reporter has questions. If it was an accident, why are heavy educational tools left in precarious positions? And if it wasn't, where were the teachers when this happened? Someone needs to get to the bottom of this before another student becomes a victim of rogue cartography. Letters to the editor. Dear Ease community, while our student body obsesses over promposals and midterm stress, real crises unfold halfway across the world. Nepal is in turmoil. Rebels clash with military forces, leaving families struggling to survive. Yet our government's solution: telling travelers to steer clear. Here's the truth: Nepal's economy relies on tourism, especially treks to Everest, so ignore the warnings. Convince your parents to book that summer trip. You'll return with more than just souvenirs, you'll have perspective. Lily Moscovitz, place your personal ad. 50 cents per line, prom fever. CF to GD, OMG. Prom. Can't breathe. We're gonna outdance everyone, and honestly, I almost feel bad for the losers stuck at home. Almost. LWGD to CF, ditto, let's make it legendary. JR Ho's Deli updates, stock up on essentials, notebooks, sticky notes, Yu-Gi-Oh, packs, plus ask about our accidental slim-fast surplus. Heartfelt plea, BP to LM, I messed up. But my locker at 3 p.m., I'll be there, guitar in hand, ready to prove this isn't over. P.S. Selling my untouched baby blue Fender bass, amp included. Locker 345 missed connections. Freshman bookworm seeks tall, kind upperclassmen. Must quote Austin, not Metallica. Bonus points for pianist fingers. Reach out. Ill of Romance at Ease. Edu Cafeteria Lineup by Mia Thermopolis. Moan. Firebird chicken / meatball melt / flatbread pizza / spud bar / crispy fish twos. Loaded nacho / personal pie / chicken sammy / soup duo / tuna twist. Wed. Beef Italiano / build your own sub / burrito bowl / taco fiesta / corn dog combo thurs. Fish and chips / pasta station / parm chicken / stir fry stop / corn and fries fry. Mystery surprise, Aka chef's choice. The cafeteria menu featured soft pretzels, buffalo wings, grilled cheese sandwiches, a build-your-own bean bowl station, and crispy curly fries. Wednesday, May 7th, algebra class I finally did it. Not that it made any difference. Honestly, it backfired spectacularly. But at least I can say I tried everything to convince my boyfriend to take me to prom. Why, of all people, did it have to be Lana Weinberger? Seriously, anyone else, even Melanie Greenbaum, would have been better. But no, fate had to be cruel. I had to beg Lana Weinberger. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. She wasn't just dismissive. She acted like I'd asked her to streak across the football field at halftime, though knowing Lana, she might actually enjoy that. I got to class early because I knew she liked to arrive before the second bell to gossip on her phone. Sure enough, there she was, the only one in the room, chatting away with someone named Sandy about her prom dress. Apparently, she actually bought that black off-the-shoulder Nicole Miller gown with the butterfly hem. Ugh, I hate her so much. Gathering every ounce of courage, I walked up to her, no small feat, considering Lana never misses a chance to mock my outfit or hair. I stood there waiting, while she rambled on until she finally noticed I wasn't leaving. With an exaggerated sigh, she said, "Hold on, Sandy. There's a person who wants something." Then she lowered her phone, blinked those big blue eyes at me, and snapped. "What?" "Lana," I said. "And let me tell you, I've sat next to royalty, shaken hands with British princes, even stood in line behind Imelda Marcos at a Broadway show. But none of them made my stomach twist like Lana does with one icy glare. Because Lana, she's made ruining my life her personal mission. That kind of fear doesn't compare to meeting dignitaries. Lana," I repeated, forcing my voice steady, "I need to ask you something." "No," she said, immediately lifting her phone back to her ear. "I haven't even asked yet," I protested. "Still no," she said, flipping her perfect blonde hair. "Now, Sandy, as I was saying, yes, body glitter, but not there, you freak." I had to hurry. Michael could walk in any second on his way to App English, and I definitely didn't want him knowing about this. "Look, you're on the prom committee, right? This year's seniors deserve live music, not just a DJ. So I was thinking you should ask Skinner Box to play." Lana cut me off. "Hold on, Sandy. The person is still talking." She peered at me through her thick mascara and said, "Skinner Box," like I'd just suggested hiring a polka band. "You mean that group of nerds who serenaded you with that cheesy love ballad on your birthday?" I crossed my arms. "Hold on, Lana. Don't knock nerds." Without them, we wouldn't have smartphones, life-saving vaccines, or even that fancy latte you're sipping while ignoring me. She rolled her eyes. Sure, whatever, still no. Then she turned back to her phone like I wasn't even there. My face burned, but I clenched my fists instead of snatching her phone and stomping on it. Progress, right? Owning a phone myself now, I get how brutal that would be. Plus, last time I did it, detention wasn't exactly fun. So I just stood there, heart pounding, trying not to hyperventilate. It's wild. I can handle blood, bestow knighthoods, and even survive awkward makeout sessions with my boyfriend, but Lana, total mystery. Why does she despise me? Okay, fine, maybe the phone incident didn't help, or the nutty Rial stabbing, or the algebra book hair trap. But seriously, what else? Before I could grovel, the second bell rang. Michael walked in, handing me printouts about dehydration risks for pregnant women. For your mom, he said, kissing my cheek, cue internal squealing. Still, my joy wasn't perfect. First, his band got rejected from prom, so much for my John Hughes moment. Second, my best friend won't talk to me after her toxic breakup drama. And third, my debut article in the Atom was painfully mediocre, though my secret poem, Chef's Kiss. Not entirely my fault. Leslie gave me zero time to craft a masterpiece. I'm no Woodward or Bernstein. Plus, calculus was kicking my butt. My biggest fear right now is my mom collapsing again. Next time without Captain Logan and the firefighters from Ladder 9 around to help. And on top of that, I'm dreading the fact that in just 2 months, I'll have to leave New York behind for Genovia. Honestly, how is any 15-year-old supposed to handle all this? It's a miracle I haven't completely lost it already. Then, out of nowhere, chaos erupts. Mrs. Hill lets us cram into the teacher's lounge to watch the news, which, by the way, smells like old coffee and has mystery stains on the carpet. But who cares? The hotel workers just joined the busboys' strike, and the restaurant staff might be next. New York's entire hospitality industry could grind to a halt, costing billions. And all because of Rommel. Yeah, the tiny, bald dog, though let's be real, it's not his fault. Grandmere never should have snuck him into a restaurant, even if the French don't mind. Seeing Lily on NY1 was surreal. She wasn't running the press conference, union leaders were. But there she was, right next to Jangbu, waving a giant sign that read living wages for living beings. She is so getting in trouble for skipping school. Michael just groaned when he saw her, muttering about how she only cares because of Jangbu. Meanwhile, Boris sat there, his head wrapped in bandages, quietly tracing her face on the screen when he thought no one was looking. It was heartbreaking. For a second, I actually teared up the moment I stepped into the hotel lobby for my princess lesson with Grandmere. I knew something was off. The usually polished space looked like a scene from a disaster movie. The uniformed doorman who normally greets me with a nod, nowhere in sight. The bellhops who expertly maneuver luggage carts through the crowd. Vanished. Even the reception desk stood empty, with a handwritten "Back soon" sign taped crookedly to the marble counter. The line for afternoon tea snaked through the lobby, full of frustrated guests clutching their purses and glaring at their watches. Lars and I barely made it to the elevator before a large family from Nebraska tried to cram in with us, along with a giant stuffed gorilla from the toy store down the block. The father kept insisting, "We can make it work. Just scooch in." Until Lars had to firmly remind him about elevator capacity limits. Upstairs, Grandmere was in full meltdown mode, pacing the suite while shouting into her phone. "This is unacceptable. I placed my order precisely at noon," she snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. My dad sat slumped on the sofa, eyes glued to the news coverage of the citywide strike. He barely registered my arrival until I plopped down beside him. "Oh, hey, Mia," he said distractedly. "How's your mom holding up?" "She's surviving on electrolyte drinks and crackers," I said. "The purple ones specifically. Any updates on the strike?" He rubbed his temples. They're in talks with the mayor, but who knows how long that'll take. I couldn't help but mutter, you know, if I didn't exist, we wouldn't even be in this mess. No birthday dinner, no drama. Dad shot me a look. Don't even start with that, he warned, like I needed the reminder, as if the universe hadn't already made it crystal clear. I totally blame Grandmere for this. But then I caught the serious look on my dad's face and realized I had his sympathy on my side, so I switched to my most pitiful voice. It's just such a shame I'll be stuck in Genovia all summer. I could have been volunteering somewhere meaningful, like helping those poor, overworked busboys. Dad wasn't fooled for a second. He just grinned and said, "Nice try, kiddo." Seriously, between him dragging me off to Europe and my mom offering to take me to her obgyn, my parents are giving me whiplash. At this rate, I'm surprised I haven't developed an identity crisis, or at least a really solid eye twitch. While I was sulking about wasting my summer on the French Riviera, Grandmere started frantically waving me over. She kept snapping her fingers and pointing toward her bedroom like she was directing traffic. I just stared at her until she finally covered the phone and whisper-yelled, "Amelia, get in here. I've got something for you. A gift. For me." After the whole orphan fiasco, I wasn't sure I wanted anything else from her, unless it wasn't made from some poor, fuzzy creature. Curiosity won out, though, so I headed toward her room just as she started shrieking into the phone again. "I ordered that salad 4 hours ago. Do I need to march down there and make it myself?" "What do you mean, health code violation? Who's the public? I just want my lunch." Grandmere's bedroom was exactly what you'd expect from a Plaza Hotel penthouse, all gold trim and fresh flowers, though with the strike, those lilies were probably on borrowed time. As I scanned the room, silently pleading, "Please don't let it be fur. Please don't let it be fur," my eyes landed on a dress draped across the bed. It was the palest pink, like the inside of a seashell, and covered in delicate beading. The off-the-shoulder neckline and full tulle skirt made it look straight out of a fairy tale. Even without a dramatic slit or moody black fabric, it was hands down the most stunning prom dress I'd ever seen. It beat Rachel Lee Cook's She's All That moment, top Drew Barrymore's Never Been Kissed look, and put Molly Ringwald's pretty and pink sack dress to shame. The dress was even more stunning than the iconic prom gown Annie Potts designed for Molly Ringwald in Pretty in Pink, before Molly's impulsive scissors turned it into a fashion disaster. It was the most gorgeous dress I'd ever laid eyes on. Standing there, staring at it, my throat tightened. Because, of course, I wasn't going to prom. I shut the door, walked back to the couch, and plopped down beside my dad, who was still hypnotized by the TV. Seconds later, Grandmere hung up the phone and shot me a look. "Well, it's amazing, Grandmere," I said honestly. "Obviously," she replied. "Aren't you going to try it on?" I swallowed hard, forcing my voice to stay steady. "I can't. I told you no prom for me." "Ridiculous," Grandmere scoffed. "The Sultan canceled dinner, Le Cirque is closed, but this strike nonsense will be over by Saturday. You'll go." "It's not about the strike," I said. "It's about Michael." My dad finally tuned in. "What about Michael?" I hesitated. The last thing I needed was my dad finding another reason to dislike him. Dads have a sixth sense for that. "Oh, you know," I said breezily. "Guys don't care about prom like girls do." My dad just grunted and turned back to the screen. "Tell me about it," he muttered. "Hypocrite, he went to an all-boys school. He never even had a prom." "Just try it on," Grandmere insisted, "in case it needs alterations." "Grandmere, it's pointless." But then she gave me that look. The one that, if she were in the assassin business, would mean someone was about to disappear. So I caved, trudged back to her room, and slipped into the dress. Of course, it fit like a glove. Chanel has my measurements on file, and heaven forbid I grow an inch, especially in the chest area. Staring at my reflection, I couldn't help noticing how the off-the-shoulder style might come in handy if Michael and I ever, got a little further. But then reality hit. No prom, no fancy date, no reason to wear it. I peeled it off, defeated, and draped it over Grandmere's bed. Maybe I'd wear it to some stuffy Genovian event this summer. Without Michael, naturally. Story of my life, I stepped into the living room just as Lily appeared on the screen, standing behind a podium at what looked like the same old Chinatown Holiday Inn. A crowd of reporters hung on her every word as she declared. None of this would be happening if the Dowager Princess of Genovia would simply admit she was wrong. First, for failing to control her dog, and second, for bringing it into a restaurant in the first place. Grandmere's mouth fell open. My dad just glared at the TV, his expression unreadable. Then Lily held up a copy of the Atom and announced, "As evidence, I present this editorial written by the princess's own granddaughter." My stomach twisted as she began reciting my article in that mocking, sing-song voice of hers. Hearing my own words thrown back at me like that made me realize how ridiculous they sounded, way worse than when I'd read them to myself earlier. Oops. Now Dad and Grandmere were both staring at me, and let's just say they weren't exactly beaming with pride. More like simmering with quiet fury. Wednesday, May 7, 10 p.m., The Loft. Honestly, I don't see what the big deal is. Journalism is about truth, right? And that's exactly what I delivered. If they can't handle it, maybe they shouldn't have put themselves in the spotlight. Grandmere did bring Rommel into that restaurant, and Jangbu did trip because of him. Facts are facts. They can wish the whole thing never happened, and they can wish Leslie Cho hadn't asked me to write about it. But they can't rewrite history, and they definitely can't blame me for doing my job. This is what real reporters go through. The pressure, the threats, the angry phone calls to their moms. That was the worst part, dragging my poor, dehydrated mother into this when she's already dealing with enough, trying to bring a new life into the world. Her kidneys are probably shriveled up like raisins by now, and they dare to bother her with this nonsense. At least Mom's on my side. Did Dad really think she'd side with Grandmere? Though, to be fair, she did suggest I apologize, just to keep the peace. But why should I? This whole mess has cost me way too much already. It wrecked one of the longest relationships at ease, and now my best friend won't even speak to me. Over this. Some Justice broke the news to Dad and Grandmere just before she dramatically commanded Lars to remove me from her presence. Luckily, I'd already grabbed the prom dress from her room and shoved it into my bag before things escalated. Sure, it's a bit creased, but a quick steam in the bathroom should fix that. Honestly, they could have handled this whole mess better. A simple press conference admitting the truth about the dog in the restaurant fiasco would have cleared things up. But no, now it's too late. Even if Grandmere comes clean, the unions won't back down. Typical, nobody listens to the younger generation until it's time to deal with the fallout. Thursday, May 8, Homeroom O. My God, the prom is off. The Adam Albert Einstein High School's student newspaper Lion Pride special bulletin prom canceled by Leslie Cho. The citywide strike by hotel, restaurant, and service workers has forced the cancellation of this year's senior prom. Maxims, the venue, informed the school they're shutting down immediately due to the labor dispute, refunding the $4,000 deposit. With no backup plan, the prom committee refused to settle for the school gym. The prom isn't just another dance, argued Lana Weinberger, committee chair. We can't downgrade it to some casual event where we're dodging leftover cafeteria food. No prom is better than a half-hearted one. Not everyone agrees. We've waited 4 years for this, Senior Judith Jerschner fired back. Canceling over something this ridiculous, I'd take sticky gym floors over no prom any day. But the committee stands firm. Dressing up just to walk into school defeats the purpose, Lana added. If we're going glam, it's got to be somewhere that feels special. The strike, detailed in the Adam's latest issue, traces back to an incident at Les Oates' manger, where freshman and Genovian royal Mia Thermopolis dined with her grandmother last week. Lily Moscovitz, the princess's best friend and head of the Students for Fair Treatment of Jangbu Panasa Group, didn't hold back. This mess is on Mia, or at least her grandmother. We just want Jangbu reinstated, a public apology from Clarice Ronaldo, and fair benefits for every busboy in the city. Is that too much to ask? Meanwhile, Princess Mia was, surprise, unavailable for comment. Her mom, Helen Thermopolis, casually mentioned she was in the shower. The Adam will keep everyone updated as the strike unfolds. Thanks, Mom. Really appreciate you telling me the school paper called while I was washing my hair. The glares I got walking to my locker this morning. Brutal. Good thing Lars was there, or I might have been toast. The lacrosse team, you know, the ones who hang out in the third-floor bathroom doing push-ups between vape breaks, made it very clear how they felt. And someone had the nerve to scribble Genovia sucks on Joe the Lion in chalk. Genovia sucks. My country's honor is being dragged over a prom. Okay, fine, I get it, prom isn't just a dance. It's a rite of passage, a Molly Ringwald-approved milestone. And now, because of me, an entire senior class is getting robbed of it. I have to fix this. But how? Thursday, May 8, Algebra. Lana spun around in her seat, eyes narrowed. You planned this, didn't you? Got the prom canceled out of spite because I vetoed your boyfriend's band. Me? What? No, it wasn't even me, it was my grandmother, Lana scoffed. Sure, typical Genovian move. Then she turned back before I could argue. Typical Genovian? Pretty sure I'm the only Genovian she's ever met. The audacity. Thursday, May 8 bio. Mia, you okay? Esme. Yeah, just an apple core. But Lars. Total ninja move. S. No kidding, that's why he's got the job. Me. Wait, you're not mad at me. Even though you and Jeff were supposed to go. S. shrugged. Not your fault. Besides, prom with Lana as the only other girl from our class, hard pass. Me. Oh, did you hear about Tina? S. No, what happened? Yesterday, Boris was leaning against his locker, waiting for Lily after placing that sweet personal ad in the school paper. But guess who showed up instead? Tina, feeling bad for him, asked if he wanted to grab a frozen hot chocolate at the cafe downtown. He must have given up on Lily because he went with her. And this morning, I swear I saw them holding hands by that foam Parthenon display outside the language lab. Wait, what? Tina and Boris. Tina Hakim Baba and Boris Pelkowski. Seriously, the world has officially lost its mind. After bio, Shamika and I pulled Tina into the third-floor stairwell to get the full story. Skipping health and safety was worth it. No way was I sitting through another awkward lecture with Lily glaring at me. Besides, my Asperger's report isn't done. Thanks to my mom's health drama, my boyfriend bailing on prom, and oh yeah, the whole student strike mess. But none of that compares to what Tina just admitted. She went on this whole speech about how she spent her life searching for a guy who loves like the heroes in her romance novels. Intense, devoted, the whole package. And somehow, watching Boris spiral after Lily dumped him for Jangbu made her realize he's the closest thing she's found. Sure, he's not exactly Mr. Darcy in the looks department, but according to Tina, he checks every other box. Loyal, no question, once he's into someone, he's all in. Passionate, remember the Globe incident? Yeah. Smart, straight-A student, no big deal. Musical, trust me, I've heard him practice. Pop culture savvy, dude watches Smallville religiously. Loves Chinese food, a must for any relationship, apparently. Zero interest in sports, except figure skating because Russia. Oh, and the kicker. Tina says he's an amazing kisser once the retainer comes out. Let that sink in. Tina and Boris actually kissed. How else would she know about it unless it happened? Seriously, I might throw up. Don't get me wrong, Boris isn't the worst. Sure, he's a little out there, but he's got a good heart. He's thoughtful, cracks jokes, and if you ignore the constant wheezing, the violin obsession, and the questionable fashion choices, he's fine, I guess. At least he's taller than Tina. But Boris Pelkowski, Tina's idea of a romantic lead. No way, not in a million years. Shamika tried to calm me down while Tina was glued to her phone, saying Boris doesn't have to be her forever guy, just a temporary placeholder until someone better comes along. I can't even process this. On the bright side, Tina's right about one thing: he's intense. Exhibit a my formerly blood-stained sweater. Not that you'd know now, since Mrs. Pelkowski returned it spotless after a trip to the cleaners. But still, Tina and Boris. This can't be real. Thursday, May 8, 3 p.m., the loft after Lars had to block yet another flying object. This one launched with terrifying precision by some science fair champ. He called my dad and suggested I leave school for safety reasons. So surprise, I got the afternoon off. Except not really, because now Mr. G is drilling me on everything I've ignored in class for the past week, using fridge magnets like some kind of sadistic math teacher. Seriously, Mr. G. My GPA is the least of my worries right now. I can't even walk through the halls without dodging airborne snacks. Between the strike drama, Tina's questionable taste, and the entire school hating me, I don't know how I'll survive the week. I already told my dad. Thanks to Granmere, I'm basically a target at my own school. No idea if he passed that along. They might not even be talking. And I'm definitely not speaking to Grandmere, or Lily, or Lana Weinberger, though, let's be real, Lana and I were never friends. What if I'm stuck being homeschooled? How would I survive without knowing who's dating who? And when would I ever see Michael? This is a nightmare weekends only. That's completely unfair. The best part of my day is watching him stand outside his apartment, waiting for my car to pick him up on the way to school. Once he starts at Columbia, I'll never get that moment again. At least, I thought I'd have it for the rest of this year. This is seriously depressing. I never loved Albert Einstein High, but compared to the alternatives, like homeschooling or worse, going to school in Genovia, ease might as well be paradise. Whatever that even means. How could they take this away from me? Ease, I mean. Who do they think they are? Someone's knocking, please let it be Michael with my missing assignments. Not because I'm dying to finish homework, but because right now, I really need the comfort of his familiar scent. Please, 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 later that night in the loft. It wasn't Michael. Close, though it was a Moscovitz, just the wrong one. Lily has some nerve showing up after everything she's put me through. Asperger's or not, she's made my life miserable lately, and now she's at my door, crying and begging for forgiveness. I couldn't just slam it in her face. That wouldn't be very princess-like. So I let her in, but I made sure she felt the chill. Who's the pushover now? We went to my room. I can shut the door as long as it's not Michael in there with me, and Lily completely lost it. Not with the apology I deserved for dragging my reputation through the mud on her show. No, she was crying over Tina and Boris. Seriously. After how she treated him, she's upset he moved on. She paced around my room in her usual Mao jacket and Birkenstocks, her curls bouncing, glasses fogged up from tears. How could he do this? She kept wailing. 5 minutes and he's with someone else. I couldn't resist pointing out that maybe Boris wasn't thrilled about finding her in our hallway closet with another guy's tongue down her throat. We never promised exclusivity, she snapped. I told him I'm a free spirit. Well, I said, shrugging, maybe he prefers someone who actually sticks around. Like Tina, she wiped her eyes. I can't believe she'd betray me like this. Does she seriously think she could ever satisfy someone like Boris? The guy's a certified genius, and let's be honest, it takes one to understand one. I straighten up, defensive. I'm no genius, but I've managed just fine with your brother, and his ick is practically off the charts. I leave out the part where he still won't commit to prom and how we haven't exactly progressed past first base. Lily rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. Michael's obsessed with you. And at least you're in gifted and talented. You're surrounded by brilliance every day. What does Tina even know about geniuses? I bet she hasn't even watched A Beautiful Mind, probably because there weren't enough shirtless scenes for her taste. Hey, I snap. Okay, fine, I'd noticed that too, but still. Tina been a better friend to me lately than you have. For once, Lily actually looks guilty. I know, Mia, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I saw Jangbu and just lost control, like full-on hormonal meltdown. Now that shocks me. Lily's never been the type to prioritize looks. She's been with Boris forever. But apparently Jangbu was different. All physical, zero substance. I'm dying to ask how far they got, but given our current friendship status, it's probably not my place. Still, if she made it to third base with him, I might actually lose it. It's over, Lily declares, so theatrically that fat Louie, who already avoids her, dives into my snow boots for safety. I thought he was a man of the people, someone who cared about justice and workers' rights. But number turns out he's just another fame-hungry opportunist. Apparently, Jangbu's been fielding offers from people, and us weekly for the inside scoop on his encounter with Genovia's royal family and their dog. Seriously, I blink. How much are they paying him? Last I heard, 6 figures. Lily sniffles, wiping her tears on a lace handkerchief, some royal gift I'd forgotten about. He's quitting Les Oates' manger to open his own place. A nosh in Nepal or something ridiculous. Wow. And just like that, I feel bad for her. There's nothing worse than realizing your soulmate is actually a sellout. Especially when he kisses like, well, let's just say Jangbu had skills. Feeling bad for Lily doesn't mean I'm ready to excuse what she did. I might not have everything figured out, but I've got enough self-respect to draw the line. Listen, Lily continues, I knew I wasn't in love with Jangbu way before the whole strike mess. The second Boris took that globe to the head for me, it hit me, I never stopped loving him. Mia, he bled for me. Literally. No guy's ever cared enough to put himself through that kind of pain, especially not Jangbu. That guy's too obsessed with his own spotlight. But Boris, he's 10 times more talented, and he doesn't even care about fame. I'm at a loss for words. Lily must notice because she squints at me and snaps. Could you put that notebook down for 5 seconds and help me figure out how to fix this? As much as I hate to say it, I have to break it to her. Her chances with Boris are non-existent. Worse than non-existent, like algebraically negative. Tina's completely into him, I explain. And he's into her too. He gave her a signed photo of Joshua Bell, for crying out loud. Lily gasps like she's been stabbed, collapsing onto my bed in full dramatic flair. That traitor, she shrieks, so loud I'm half expecting the neighbors to bang on the wall. She stole him. I swear I'll make her pay. I shut that down fast. You're not making anyone do anything, I say firmly. Tina genuinely loves Boris, and for once he's happy. If Lily really cares about him, she'll back off and let them have their moment. Maybe in the fall, if she's still hung up on him, she can try talking to him. But not now. For once, Lily's speechless. She just sits there, staring blankly at my Star Wars screensaver, probably realizing the harsh truth. Boris moved on. And after the way she treated him, I'll personally make sure she never gets another shot. If I have to stand between them like some kind of medieval bodyguard, so be it. I'm dead set on making sure Lily never messes with Boris Pelkowski's bandaged, brilliant head again. Maybe she can tell by the way I'm scribbling furiously in my notebook or the stubborn look on my face. Who knows? But she just sighs and mutters, fine, whatever. Now she's grabbing her coat and heading out. Even though she and Jangbu are officially done, she's still the head of Satudajpa, which means she's got a million things to do. None of those things, apparently, involve apologizing to me, or so I figured. But just as she reaches the door, she turns and says, Hey, Mia, I'm sorry I called you weak the other day. You're not weak. Honestly, you're one of the toughest people I know. Oh, absolutely. I've faced down so many disasters, I could give those charmed girls a run for their money. Heck, they'd look like the Full House crew next to me. I deserve a medal or at least a parade in my honor. But just when I thought I could finally relax, after Lily and I hugged it out, and she even apologized to my mom and Mr. G for the whole Jangbu the busboy fiasco, the doorbell rings again. My heart leaps. It has to be Michael this time, right? He promised to drop off my missing homework. So imagine my utter horror when I rush to the intercom, hit the button, and chirp, "Hello," only to hear not the smooth, comforting voice of my boyfriend, but the screeching cackle of Grandmere. Friday, May 9, 1 a.m., futon of doom. This can't be real. It has to be a nightmare. Any second now, someone will shake me awake, and I'll be back in my cozy bed, not stranded on this rock-hard futon. Seriously, how did I never notice how uncomfortable this thing is? But no, this is my actual life. Because in a nightmare, you'd at least be asleep, and right now, that's impossible thanks to Grandmere's Olympic-level snoring. Yep, my royal grandmother snores. Maybe I should call the Post and give them an exclusive, Dowager Princess, Symphony of Snores, as if my life wasn't already a disaster. Now my unhinged grandmother has moved in. I nearly passed out when I opened the door and saw her standing there, her driver hauling enough designer luggage to fill a boutique. I just gaped at her until she finally snapped, "Well, Amelia, aren't you going to invite me inside?" Before I could even respond, she pushed past me, grumbling about our lack of an elevator and how climbing 3 flights of stairs was practically elder abuse. Funny how she didn't mention the poor chauffeur hauling her Louis Vuitton collection up those same stairs. She immediately began her usual inspection tour of our loft, picking up Mom's Day of the Dead figurines and Mr. G's March Madness beer koozies with the same disdain someone might reserve for a suspicious gas station beret. Meanwhile, Mom and Mr. G emerged from their room and just stopped, frozen, like they'd walked into their own horror movie. And honestly, the scene was kind of terrifying, especially with Rommel wobbling around on his shaky little legs, sniffing everything like a tiny, paranoid detective. Fat Louis was eyeing him like a future scratching post. "Clarice," Mom said, arms crossed over her very pregnant chest, seriously. Her boobs could star in their own reality show at this point. "Care to explain why you're here with what looks like your entire Bergdorf's haul?" Grandmere barely glanced up from Mr. G's lava lamp. "That hotel is uninhabitable," she declared, as if she'd been roughing it in a war zone instead of the plaza. "No room service, no drawn baths, utter chaos. So I've come to my family. Isn't that what one does in times of crisis?" Mom wasn't buying it. "There's a strike, Clarice, not a siege. Maybe dial back the drama." Then the phone rang. I lunged for it, hoping for Michael, but nope. Just Dad, sounding like a man who just realized his parachute was packed with bricks. "Mia," he blurted, "is your grandmother there?" "Yep," I said cheerfully. "Want to say hi?" A pained groan. "Oh God, put your mother on." I passed the phone to Mom, who took it with the weary resignation of someone who'd signed up for one free trial of Grandmere and accidentally got a lifetime subscription. Just as she lifted the phone, Grandmere dismissed her driver with a wave. "That's enough, Gaston. Leave the luggage in Amelia's room and go." "Hold on, Gaston," my mom cut in, while I practically shrieked, "My room? Why mine?" Grandmere shot me a withering glare. "Because, dear, in difficult times, the youngest must step up and endure discomfort for their elders." I'd never heard of this ridiculous custom. Was this another one of those obscure Genovian royal things, like the 12-layer wedding cake nobody actually eats? "Philippe," my mom snapped into the phone, her voice tight. "Explain this mess." Meanwhile, Mr. G tried to smooth things over, offering Grandmere a drink. "A sidecar," she said absently, her eyes fixed on the algebra equations stuck to the fridge. Light on the ice. Philip! Mom's voice rose in frustration, but it was pointless. Dad and the staff, Lars, Hans, Gaston, the whole crew were toughing it out at the plaza despite the lack of room service. But Grandmere, she'd completely lost it when no one answered her call for chamomile tea and biscotti. In a fit of rage, she'd kicked the mail chute so hard she shattered the glass, nearly taking out tomorrow's mailman in the process. But Philip, Mom groaned. Why here? There was no other option. Every decent hotel in the city was just as bad, if not worse. So Grandmere had decided to bail, and since I lived 50 blocks away, why not crash here for free? Now she's taken over my room, my bed, my everything. She even unplugged my computer because my Princess Leia screensaver creeped her out. Fat Louis was so rattled he hissed at the toilet before vanishing into the hall closet, buried under old umbrellas and vacuum attachments. And then Grandmere emerged from the bathroom, curlers in her hair, face slathered in night cream, looking like a Sith Lord's sleep-deprived cousin. I almost asked if she'd flown here in a stolen X-Wing. Mom insisted I play nice with her. At least until we figure out how to make her disappear, Mia. Thank goodness Michael finally showed up with my homework, though any chance of a proper hello was ruined by Grandmere perched at the kitchen table, staring us down like we were suspects in a crime. Not even a quick sniff of his cologne. Now I'm stuck on this awful futon, listening to her chainsaw-level snoring from the next room, and all I can think is this strike better end soon. Living with a moody cat, an algebra teacher who thinks he's in a rock band, and a very pregnant woman is bad enough. Add a Genovian royal who acts like she owns the place. Yeah, sign me up for a padded cell on the psych ward. Friday, May 9, homeroom. I dragged myself to school today for 2 reasons. 1, it's senior skip day, so the usual suspects who enjoy pelting me with crumpled paper are Mia. 2, honestly, anything beats staying home. Let me paint you a picture of apartment 4A at 1005 Thompson Street. This morning, Grandmere woke up and immediately demanded hot water with lemon and honey, in a glass no less. I told her, yeah, not happening, which, shocker, did not go well. She didn't slap me, but she did yeet my limited edition Fiesta Giles action figure, Buffy's Watcher in a sombrero if you're curious, straight into the wall. I tried explaining it's a collector's item, worth way more than I paid, but she just snapped. Hot water. Now. So I caved, brought her the stupid drink, and then she camped in my bathroom for 30 minutes. No clue what royal business required that much time, but Fat Louis and I were losing it. Me because I needed to brush my teeth, him because, well, litter box emergencies wait for no one. Finally escaped, only for Mom to corner us by the door and whisper, "Abandon me with her all day. Oh, you'll pay. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but oh, you'll pay." Yikes. Someone's clearly still recovering from last night's questionable life choices. School's weirdly peaceful today, probably because the seniors are gone. Except Michael, who refuses to skip just because Josh Richter says so. Also, Principal Gupta's handing out demerits like candy, and Michael's been eyeing the library's Isaac Asimov collection for months. No way he's risking that discount. I think Michael and I ended up at school for the same reason, to get away from our crazy home lives. On the ride up, he told me his parents just discovered Lily's been ditching class and giving unauthorized press conferences. Apparently, Dr. and Dr. Moskovitz went full suburban sitcom parents on her, forcing her to stay home for a serious discussion about her rebellious streak and how she treated Boris. Michael, understandably, bolted at the first chance. But the morning took a turn when we stopped by Ho's Deli before class, egg sandwich for him, ring dings for me, and while Lars was grabbing his usual Red Bull, Michael pulled me close and kissed me. The scent of his skin calmed my nerves, still rattled from Grandmere's latest drama, and for a second, I actually believed things might work out. Then, in algebra, everything changed. I walked in like any other day, pulling out my homework, thanks to Mr. G's late-night tutoring, when my phone buzzed. I panicked, thinking it was Mom, either in labor or passed out in the frozen food aisle. But no, it was Grandmere. "Mia," she said, her voice oddly calm. "Stop worrying, I handled it." I had no idea what she meant. My mind raced. Had she dealt with Verl's constant complaints, permanently? But then she dropped the bomb. "Your prom, I made arrangements. It's happening, strike or not." I froze. "Wait, what?" "Must I spell it out?" she snapped. "I secured a venue." When she told me where, I nearly dropped the phone. After everything, the chaos, the stress, Grandmere had actually come through. Not with an apology, of course. No, she'd done something better. She'd saved prom. Albert Einstein High's senior prom was back on, and for once I wasn't the one cleaning up her mess. She'd fixed it. Unbelievable. Lana sat across from me, arms crossed, deliberately avoiding eye contact, all because I was the reason prom got axed. Then it dawned on me. Sure, Grandmere had swooped in to save the dance for ease, but I could still salvage it for myself. I nudged Lana's shoulder. "Did you catch the news?" She turned, glaring like I'd just ruined her manicure. "What now, weirdo?" "My grandmother found a backup venue," I said, then dropped the location. Lana's jaw practically hit the floor. For once, she was speechless. Not like the Nutty Real incident back then. She'd screamed loud enough to shatter glass. This time, crickets. "There's just one catch," I added, laying out my own little royal stipulation, something Grandmere hadn't mentioned. "Hey, if you're gonna learn from the best, you might as well put those lessons to work." "So," I finished, sounding weirdly chummy, like we weren't mortal enemies straight out of a teen drama. "Your call. Take it or leave it." Lana didn't even blink. "Fine," just like that. "Fine." And suddenly, I felt like the heroine of some cheesy 80s movie. No idea what came over me, maybe temporary insanity. But before I could think, I grabbed Lana's face and planted a kiss right between her eyebrows. She recoiled like I'd just licked her phone. "Seriously, what is your problem?" But I was too busy feeling like Snow White post-wishing well to care. "Don't move," I ordered, bolting from my seat, nearly colliding with Mr. Gonzalez, who nearly spilled his venti latte. "Mia," he sputtered. "Class started 2 minutes ago." Back in a flash. I yelled, already sprinting down the hall toward Michael's App English room. No need to stress about embarrassing myself in front of his classmates. Senior skip day meant the coast was clear. I barged in a first. Usually he came to me, and flashed his teacher my most diplomatic smile. "Mrs. Weinstein, mind if I steal Michael for a sec?" Weinstein, who clearly expected an easy day since she was flipping through a magazine instead of grading papers, glanced up with a bored expression. "Sure, Mia." "Whatever," she muttered before going back to her reading. I darted over to Michael, who nearly dropped his pencil when he saw me slide into the seat in front of him. "Hey," I said, leaning in. "Remember that thing you said about only going to prom if your band went too?" His eyebrows shot up. "What are you even doing here? Does Mr. Giannopoulos know you skipped class again?" "Forget that," I waved him off. "Just answer the question. Did you mean it?" "I mean, yeah," he admitted, still baffled. "But Mia, prom got canceled. Like officially." I grinned, keeping my tone casual, like I was asking if he wanted fries with his burger. "What if I told you it's back on, they need a band, and yours is the one they picked?" Michael blinked. "I'd say you're messing with me." "I'm dead serious," I insisted. "And I'm not leaving until you say yes." "Come on, Michael, I need this. I've been fantasizing about prom since, like, middle school." He gave me a skeptical look. Prom. It's just a cheesy dance with bad music and worse punch." "I know," I groaned. "But that doesn't change the fact that it's like a rite of passage, and going with you. That's basically peak life achievement material." Michael still looked like his brain was buffering, his band landing a real gig, that gig being prom, and now his girlfriend declaring prom attendance as her personal Everest. Okay," he finally said. If it's that important to you. I didn't even think, just grabbed his face and kissed him right there in the middle of class. Not some awkward forehead peck like with Lana, but full-on, lips to lips. Michael turned beet red, especially when he realized Weinstein had just witnessed the whole thing. "Mia," he choked out, but I was already bouncing out of my seat. "Later, Mrs. W.," I called over my shoulder, practically floating down the hallway. Forget Molly Ringwald, this was better than any 80s movie ending. And now, after convincing Lana that Skinner Box was totally playing prom, I'm vibrating with excitement. Because guess what? I'm going to prom. Mia Thermopolis is officially prom-bound, with Michael Moskovitz, her boyfriend and the love of her life. The fact that they're going together is so mind-blowing, she can barely focus on anything else. Algebra, irrelevant. English, who cares when there's a prom to obsess over? Even French class can't compete with the sheer excitement of tomorrow night. Meanwhile, her mom and Grandmere are arguing, again. Don't they realize Mia has way bigger things to deal with? Like pre-prom rituals, beauty sleep, and slathering herself in fancy creams. Instead, she's stuck listening to their never-ending drama. The urge to scream at them is overwhelming, but princesses don't do that. So she slips on her headphones, cranks up the birthday playlist Michael made her, and hopes the flaming lips will drown out the chaos. No luck. Grandmere's voice cuts through even the loudest guitar riffs. Time for Plan B. Kelly Osbourne. Finally, blessed silence. Michael's latest email says he and his band will be up all night rehearsing for their big debut. Typical guys can roll into prom looking like zombies, but girls, they're expected to be flawless. The band isn't exactly thrilled about playing the dance, either. Rumor has it Trevor would rather stab himself in the eye with a fork than perform. But Michael, ever the professional, reminded him that a gig is a gig. He signed off with a simple, "See you tomorrow night." Love, M tomorrow night. The thought sends shivers down Mia's spine. She can already picture the scene, walking in on Michael's arm, Lana's jealous glare burning into her. Well, maybe just Lana. She's the only other freshman going, aside from Shamika, who'd never give her that look. Oh, and Tina turns out Boris invited her as his plus one, declaring her his new muse and sole reason for living at lunch. The way Tina nearly choked on her Snapple was priceless. Prom can't come soon enough, she grinned at Boris from across the table, and I never imagined I'd say this, but I swear it's true. Boris actually looked kind of good in the warm glow of her attention. No joke. Even his awkward underbite seemed less noticeable, and his posture straightened like he'd suddenly grown more confident. Or maybe he'd secretly been hitting the gym. Ah, the phone. Please, please let it be my dad calling to say the strike's finally over, and he's sending a car to pick up Grandmere. Nope. It was Michael, asking if I approved of Skinner Box's setlist for tomorrow. Classic prom anthems like The Moldy Peaches, Who's Got the Crack, and Switchblade Kittens. All Cheerleaders Die were mixed with edgier tracks. Jill Sobule's Mary Kay, Sleater-Kinney's Call the Doctor, plus Skinner Box's own hits, including Rock-Throwing Youths and Princess of My Heart. I tried suggesting swapping Rock-Throwing Youths for something less polarizing, maybe Sugar Ray's When It's Over or Ricky Martin's She Bangs, but Michael scoffed, saying he'd rather strut through Times Square in nothing but a cowboy hat. Not that I'd complain. So I tossed out Spoon or the White Stripes as alternatives. Then he paused. What's all that yelling in the background? Oh, I said, waving it off. Just Grandmere and Mom going at it. Grandmere's demanding to smoke inside, and Mom's refusing, saying it's bad for me and the baby. Now Grandmere's calling her a fascist. Apparently, Hitler and Mussolini let her light up during World War Roman too, so why can't Mom? Michael hesitated. Mia, you do know how old your grandmother is, right? I sighed, remembering her last birthday drama, The guilt trips when I skipped her Genovian celebration for midterms. A bullet dodged. Yeah, why? Math isn't your thing, but... She'd have been a toddler during the war. Unless she married your grandpa at age 5, she wasn't hosting dictators for tea. Silence. My entire life, Grandmere spun this epic tale of single-handedly saving the palace by serving Hitler soup. And it was all a lie all this time. I believed she was this fearless diplomat who stopped a military invasion of Genovia with nothing but soup and her dazzling smile. Well, maybe it was dazzling back then. And now I find out it was all a lie. Seriously. Wow. She's impressive, like next-level impressive. And as much as I hate to admit it, I can't even stay mad at her. Because, well, she did save prom. Friday, May 9, 7:30 p.m. Tina just called, absolutely over the moon about going to prom. She kept saying it was like a fairy tale coming true. I told her I felt the same way. When she asked how we got so lucky, I said it was because we're both genuinely good people, pure of heart, you know. Friday, May 9, 8 p.m. I never thought I'd say this, but poor Lily. Like really poor Lily. She just found out Boris is taking Tina to prom after overhearing Michael and me talking. Now she's on the phone with me, barely holding it together, her voice cracking. Mia, she keeps stammering. What have I done? Honestly, what she's done is sabotage her own happiness. But I can't say that. Instead, I launch into this whole speech about how women don't need men to be complete, like fish don't need bicycles, and how she'll find love again, blah, blah, blah. It's the same stuff we told Tina when Dave Farrouk Elibar dumped her. Except, of course, Lily wasn't dumped, she did the dumping. But pointing that out now would just be cruel. Meanwhile, I'm trying to deal with Lily's meltdown, while my mom and Grandmere are still bickering in the background. I had to put the phone down for a second, storm into the living room, and yell, Grandmere, I'm begging you, call Les Oates' manger, get Jangbu rehired, and go back to your suite at the plaza so we can have some peace. But Mr. Giannini, sitting at the kitchen table pretending to read the paper, just muttered, I don't think rehiring Jangbu is going to end this strike, Mia. Which is beyond frustrating. My room is a disaster because Grandmere's stuff is everywhere. I was digging through my underwear drawer for my Queen Amidala panties and found her black lace thongs instead. My grandma has sexier underwear than I do. That's going to haunt me for years. But hey, who cares about the emotional well-being of the kids, right? When I finally get back to the phone, Lily's still going on about Boris like I never left. I just never realized how good we had it until it was over, she sniffles. I say. I'm doomed to grow old alone, probably surrounded by cats. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I don't need a man to feel complete. But I always imagined having at least a serious boyfriend by now. I mutter, distracted by Rommel sprawled across my backpack like it's his personal throne. And of course, Grandmere just had to toss her sleep mask over my Disney snow globe collection. And sure, I took him for granted and never let things get too physical, but come on, does he seriously think Tina would let him? She's the type who'd demand a ring before even considering unbuttoning her top. Wait, this just got juicy. Hold up, you and Boris never got past first base, Lily sighs. It never really came up. What about you and Jangbu? The silence on her end is very telling. At least now I know she and Boris never got handsy. Good news for Tina once I finally hang up and tell her. Meanwhile, my mind drifts to tomorrow night. Prom, strapless dress, Michael, second base, maybe. Saturday, May 10, 7 a.m. You'd think a princess could sleep in on prom day. Nope. Instead of birds chirping, I'm jolted awake by Rommel's screeching as Fat Louis punishes him for stealing kibble. Honestly, zero sympathy. If he hadn't ruined my birthday, he wouldn't be in this mess, though to be fair, he never asked to be dragged along. Living with him has made one thing clear. Rommel might just have the social skills of a cactus. And now I hear Grandmere stirring. Time for Operation Escape. If I grab my dress and bolt to Tina's now, I can avoid the chaos and prep for prom in peace. Sorry, Mom and Mr. G, you're on your own today. This is an emergency. Saturday, May 10, 2 p.m., Tina's apartment mission accomplished. We're holed up in her room, slathered in pore-clearing mud masks, far from the drama of Casa Horrifico. Perfection. We just got back from Ms. Nail's salon, where Tina got a full manicure while I settled for a cuticle treatment. Let's just say my nails aren't exactly salon-worthy. Next up, Mrs. Hakim Baba's stylist is swinging by to work her magic on our hair. Because honestly, what's prom day without a little pampering? Far better than listening to my mom and Grandmere argue over who polished off the Pedialyte. Though, surprise, Grandmere prefers hers with a vodka kick. I do feel a little guilty that my mom's missing out on this milestone, but she's got bigger things on her plate, like growing a human and resisting the urge to strangle Grandmere. Meanwhile, the city's strike situation is looking grim. The mayor's latest PSA warned New Yorkers to stock up on essentials since takeout spots like number 1 Noodle Sun are off the table. Good luck to Mr. G and the gang surviving without their usual delivery fix. Maybe they'll score some pre-made meals at Jefferson Market. But none of that matters today. Today, I'm just another girl obsessing over prom night perfection. Today, I'm royalty. Prom princess status activated. 8 p.m., limo en route, and I might actually vibrate out of my seat. Tina and I, absolute showstoppers. The guys won't know what hit them when they see us. Sure, it's a bummer we're hauling bodyguards instead of dainty little purses. Note to 17, next year's guide needs a section on coordinating your security detail. Lars and Wahim whined about the tuxes until I casually mentioned Mademoiselle Klein's slit dress. Suddenly, they were all in, even let us pin on their boutonnieres without a peep. Adorable, really, like a less Stan, less plastic Hilton sister duo. Did I forget to mention Mr. Wheaton is Mademoiselle Klein's +1? Yeah, figured that tidbit could wait. Sweating through my dress from sheer nerves, but who cares? 15 is peak living, 7 minutes in heaven and my first prom, luckiest girl ever. Oh my God, we're here. Saturday night, May 10th, 9 p.m., atop the Empire State Building's observation deck. Who would have thought I'd ever say this, but my grandmother is a total legend. Seriously. If she hadn't brought Rommel to my birthday dinner, if he hadn't bolted, if Jangbu Panasa hadn't face-planted over him, if Les Oates' manger hadn't fired him, and if Lily hadn't turned it all into a citywide strike for hotel and restaurant workers, well, prom would have still been at Maxim's. Instead, thanks to Grandmere's connections, she's basically besties with the building's owner. Here we are under the stars, and Michael actually showed up. I'm standing there in my killer pink prom dress, total JLO vibes, listening to my boyfriend's band shred their set. If not for Grandmere's chaos, I'd be at home, glued to my laptop, deeming my friends about the night I missed. But no. Here I am, staring at Manhattan's skyline, thinking, thank you, Grandmere. Thank you for being gloriously, unapologetically extra. Without her, I wouldn't be here with Michael, my actual dream guy. Okay, fine, the dancing situation is a bust. Skinner Box is the only music we've got, and they're on break. But Michael brought me punch, pink lemonade spiked with Sprite, or it would have been spiked if Wahim hadn't caught Josh mid-sneak and brandished his nunchucks. We wandered over to the telescopes, arms wrapped around each other, watching the Hudson glitter under the moonlight. And then, well, things got interesting. I think we hit second base, maybe. It's fuzzy, does it count if it's over the bra? Tina's the expert, but I'm pretty sure the rule is under. Not that Michael stood a chance with this strapless torture device I'm wearing. Still, he tried. And that's gotta mean something, right? I'm basically a woman now. Well, almost. Maybe I should ditch this bra in the bathroom so I can actually feel something next time. BZZZT. A cell phone rings. Rude. Especially during rock-throwing youths. Who doesn't silence their phone for a live set? Oh no, that's mine. Sunday, May 11th, 1 a.m., St. Vincent's Maternity Ward. I can't breathe. Tonight, I maybe became a woman, and I definitely became a big sister. At exactly 12:01 a.m., Rocky Thermopolis Giannini made his grand entrance. Unreal Rocky arrived 5 weeks early, tipping the scales at just 4 pounds and 15 ounces. But like the fighter he's named after, thankfully not Sartor, because let's be real, that name would have landed him in the school nurse's office more than the classroom. He's already proving his resilience. He'll need some time in the NICU to bulk up, but both Mom and the tiny Y chromosome tyrant are doing well. The same can't be said for Grandmere, who's currently slumped next to me, half asleep and snoring like a chainsaw. Not that anyone would dare mention it, except, the entire neighborhood, including Michael, Lily, and our ever-present security detail. Turns out, if Grandmere hadn't been there, Rocky might have made his debut right on the loft floor. No midwife, no warning, just pure chaos. And considering how fast he came, plus the fact he needed oxygen right off the bat, that could have been a disaster. Of course, Mr. G had conveniently vanished to buy lottery tickets. Translation: escape the bickering, and I was off at prom, so when Mom's water broke in the bathroom, thank God for small mercies. Imagine the futon situation. Grandmere was the only one around. Mom's panicked cries of "not now, it's too soon," were tragically misinterpreted. Grandmere, ever the optimist, assumed she was mourning the end of a TV strike. Cue her dramatic realization and subsequent sprint into the hallway, screaming for a cab like she was in some Broadway emergency. Neighbor Ronnie, usually out painting the town red, happened to be home nursing a cold and got the full royal treatment. "That's your Royal Highness to you, mister." Somehow, between Ronnie flagging down a cab and Grandmere manhandling Mom out the door, no one remembered to call the midwife. Mom's protests, "Make it stop, Clarice," were unsurprisingly ignored. Because when has Grandmere ever listened to reason? "Make it stop," Helen pleaded. Grandmere sighed dramatically. "I can order around the Royal Genovian Air Force and Navy, but your womb, that's one thing even I can't control. Now, let's go." All the commotion woke Verl, our downstairs neighbor, who burst out of his apartment looking like he expected aliens to land, only to find a very pregnant woman shuffling down the stairs instead. "I'll grab Frank from the deli," Verl offered, rushing off to help. By the time Grandmere managed to guide my mom down 3 flights, Ronnie had already flagged a cab, and Mr. G and Verl were sprinting back toward them. They all crammed into the taxi, way over the legal limit, despite the driver's protests. Grandmere shut him down with, "Do you know who I am? I'm the Dowager Princess of Genovia, and if you don't drive us right now, I'll make sure you regret it." Half an hour later, Michael, Lars, and I found them in the maternity waiting area at St. Vincent's, minus Mom and Mr. G, who were in the delivery room. Dad and Hans arrived soon after I'd called him, and Lily showed up too. Apparently Tina had phoned her from prom, feeling bad she was missing out. 10 of us, yes, including the cabbie, who stuck around demanding payment for the stiletto damage to his floor mats until Dad tossed him $100. Sat there, nervously watching the clock. Me in my pink prom dress, Lars and Michael in tuxes, definitely the fanciest people in the hospital. 2 agonizing hours later, the doctor finally appeared, grinning. "It's a boy," a brother. Okay, I'll admit, for half a second I was bummed. I'd wanted a sister so badly. Someone to swap prom gossip with, someone to share those corny sisters by chance, friends by choice plaques with. Someone whose Barbie's I could borrow without judgment. But then I thought about the perks of a little brother. like sending him to wait in line for Star Wars tickets, something no girl would ever fall for, or teaching him to pelt the palace swans with rocks, or swiping his Spider-Man comics when he wasn't looking. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all the idea of shaping him into the ultimate boyfriend for some lucky girl someday, like something straight out of a Liz Phair anthem, suddenly made having a brother feel less awful. Then Mr. G burst out of the delivery room, his face streaked with tears, babbling like one of those monkeys on Animal Planet about his son. In that moment, it hit me. Mom having a boy, Rocky, named after a guy who, let's be honest, treated women right, was exactly how things were meant to be. Mom and I, we were destined for this. Together, we'd raise the coolest, most well-rounded kid ever. A guy who'd love action figures and tea parties, who'd be tough but kind, confident but never cocky, the kind of guy who'd actually put the seat down. Basically, we'd raise him to be Michael. But mark my words, I swear on Fat Louie, Buffy reruns, and the entire kingdom of Genovia, Rocky will think his senior prom is epic. No lame excuses. Sunday, May 11, 3 p.m. our loft. And just like that, the strike's done. Granmere hauled her designer suitcases back to the plaza, though not without offering to help Mom and Mr. G adjust. Mr. G's refusal was almost comically swift. Good. The last thing Rocky needs is her cooing, "Who's Granmere's whittle prince?" in that saccharine French of hers. Watching her fawn over him in the NICU was nauseating. No wonder Dad has commitment issues. Meanwhile, the busboys won. Health benefits, vacation pay, the whole deal. Well, except for Jangbu. He took his memoir cash and bounced back to Nepal. Smart move. That money'll buy him a palace there. Here, it'd barely cover a shoebox in a sketchy borough. As for Lily, she's surviving promless. Tina gave her the play-by-play, how Michael ditched the band mid-set to race to the hospital, leaving Boris to fumble with a guitar he'd never even held before. Classic. Boris is practically a musical prodigy. He can pick up any instrument in seconds. Well, almost any. The accordion might be his one weakness. According to Tina, after we left, things got a little wild. Josh and his buddies leaned over the observation deck railing, trying to spit on things below. Mr. Wheaton caught them, of course, and they all ended up with in-school suspension. Lana apparently lost it, sobbing that Josh had ruined the most magical night of her life. Now, instead of remembering him as her high school sweetheart, she'd forever picture him launching spitballs off the Empire State Building. Classy me. I don't have that problem. Michael's college is just a subway ride away, so I'll still see him plenty. And when I think of him, it won't be about gross rooftop antics. It'll be about that moment in the hospital waiting room. After begging my dad for the 100th time to let me stay in New York for the summer to bond with my baby brother, and him stubbornly insisting the contract I signed was binding, Michael turned to him and dropped the bomb. Actually, sir, minors can't legally enter contracts. Under New York law, any document Mia signed before 16 is null and void. Cue the record scratch. My dad's face, priceless. I swear, I thought he was about to collapse right there. Good thing we were already at the hospital. George Clooney could have swooped in with a crash cart. But no, Dad just locked eyes with Michael, who didn't flinch. After a tense beat, Dad muttered, "We'll see," but we all knew he'd lost. Dating a genius. Absolutely worth it. Even if he hasn't quite figured out strapless bras yet. But hey, I've got my room back. I'm staying in the city for most of the summer. My baby brother is adorable. And I even got my first byline in the school paper, plus a published poem. Oh, and I might have reached second base. And I went to prom. Prom, I'm basically a fully realized human being. Again.